Member Cornell,
Here.
Member Snyder, here, Member Dickinson, Member Payson, here, Member Goldwire, here, Member Papa,
Here.
Member Stokes, Member King,
Here.
Member Arrington,
Here.
Member Kiner,
Here.
and Chair Coleman.
Here. Okay, we'll now move on to the agenda and the consent agenda. Approval of the agenda also approves the items on the consent agenda. Are there any revisions needed to the agenda or any questions or concerns about the consent agenda?
Move to the agenda.
Okay, is there any discussion from the public on the agenda? Okay, so all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We have a passed agenda. So we are now up to the meeting. I will turn it over to Nikki and Vashti about to begin our discussion items.
Good morning. I'm very good to do it.
Yeah.
So we have a bit of a heavy lift in front of us today, but I'm feeling very confident that with the wisdom in this room, we're gonna be able to pull that off. How's everybody else feeling about that?
Sure.
Here. We are, it is here.
It is here, okay, and we know that probably some other board members probably joining as well. And so for those online, hello. Thank you for joining in. So really what I'm gonna do is frame out a little bit of how we're gonna spend our time today. We do have quite a bit of time together. And then that's gonna take us through some more of the technical aspects. So why are we here? It's not a trick question. Why are we here?
Prioritize our areas, our strategies.
Yeah, right? So like, we know in strategic planning processes, it often will feel like we're having a lot of conversation. And then it's like, but when will this manifest into a product? And so this, what we are hoping happens today, allows us to take some remaining elements of conversation and begin to put them into a product that we will then hand back over to this collective and team and the staff here. And then we'll get fleshed out even further. And so one of the most difficult things to do in this process, because we know everything is important, right? We're gonna start from the frame and understanding that every single thing that we are talking about is important to the contributions of helping this community thrive. So it's not a matter of whether something is important, it's a matter around how much financial resourcing can you provide. And so we've asked you to consider a few things as you go through those exercises. We've said, think about the environmental scale. So take an overall look at the landscape here. How are things currently operating? And we know some of the things we looked at, the trust had some influence. We know that some of the things we looked at in that environmental stand, the trust had some control. And we know in some of those things, the trust is just an advocate and a champion. So we said, let's look at the current lake, right? What is currently happening? We then also, as we understood, it was deeply important to hear from the residents and the young people here in Alachua County. So you embarked on a listening project. Last month, that kind of came together with that final report. So you were able directly to hear how folks who live here, how they see the work of the trust, what it is, but more importantly, you heard them speak to what they thought it should be. We can certainly tell from your comments that you spent some time deeply reflecting on community. And the way we see this, it's a little bit like making gumbo and stew. So you needed to look at the current set of indicators in the environment. You need to hear from those you serve. And I say that we're very intentionally, because this is service. But the third part is then bringing in your own experiences and wisdom. Some of that's going to be a mixture of lived experience. Some of that's going to be the wisdom you've received through formal education and training. It is not just your own individual interpersonal, but it's also the collective. So today is the day where you take all of those ingredients and you put them together to finalize how you're going to prioritize your strategies using those three pieces. The entire time you are talking, you should be reflecting on what did the environmental scan tell us about this particular area, right? If we're talking about seeing a needle move, do we have the actual capacity and potential to see something move? You should be thinking about what did those we serve, our families, our young people, what did they say was important? And then what does each of your individual knowledge and wisdom and experience tell you, but in the guise of the collective? Because there might be a part where you're like, I know this part really, really well, but I gotta lean on my fellow committee member on this piece because this is their expertise. So we are gonna spend some time, and we know we've done this exercise now twice, so we are thinking today is the day this part gets finalized. But one of the most difficult things I think we've asked you so far was to rank these. And we know that was extremely challenging. So now this is my second question. Why did we ask you to rank them? We're not gluttons for punishment, not because we just wanted to make it more difficult.
We talk about what's important, but we fund our priorities.
Right. We needed you to go through that exercise. It's almost like a preparation, right? Because at the end of this, you're gonna make some very conclusive recommendations. And then the board will go ahead and see them, and together it will be finalized. You will have to, for lack of a better word, need to be very clear about how you arrived there. Right? So we all have our passions. And a part of this exercise is about where does this align with our priorities? So we are going to spend some time today also going through rationales and wanting you to be very clear about your ranking, but just as important, your rationale. Because let me tell you, right, so Vashti and I've had the opportunity to connect to a few CSCs in the state and another trust as well. And I will tell you, it is not if there will be disappointment, it is when there will be disappointment. You do not have enough money to serve every need in your town. And that is a horrible reality that every single CSC instructor has to contend with. And so since you do not have enough money, the other side of that coin is everyone going to be happy with your final determination. No. But what you can hold on to is your rationale. And so that's what we're going to spend a little bit of time. So it's funny because when we came in today, we saw some of the tax team and they were like, you and Vashti are always so chipper. And they were like, we can tell. We were like, oh, because today we're doing the heavy work. So yeah, today is going to have a different feeling. It might have an intensity because we know we have to walk away with very hard decisions being made. And if you are in this room, it means that you don't get to abstain, right? But you will need your rationale. And we will do you a disservice if at the end of this, you cannot speak to, these are our priorities. And this is how we're willing to fund them. And we're very clear by funding this, it means we might have to fund something else a little less. But our rationale is strong enough to explain how we made that decision. We need this group to be able to do that exercise because then that also has to then be communicated for the staff. So,
Excuse me, I just have two kind of housekeeping questions. It may be for Cheryl and Marcia. Is this our last meeting?
This is our last, I guess, official meeting. What we will determine at the end of today is if we don't get to where we're trying to go, we may call you back virtually. And then staff and Vashti and Nikki have another meeting. So we will kind of process everything to determine what happens next.
So second question, and I know this is probably something I should have brought up after I looked at the agenda and did not. Something that came up quite a bit in at least the full board discussion, if not others, was measures. How to measure success for the trust. And I thought early on, at least in this group, we talked about how it would be very difficult based off of community outcome measures to use that to measure this group. I thought that the listening tour final report was very clever with that. and suggested that output measures for this organization, I'm saying this because it's related to strategic planning. Appropriate outcome measures for CTAC might be measures like how well they handle the grants. You know, how well they essentially implement funding the priorities. So I don't see that on the agenda, and I realize I probably should have brought that up, and that's why I asked if this was the last meeting, because it seems to me that that's something important for the steering committee for strategic planning to consider.
We did add that piece to the staff conversation. So we wanted this part of the conversation to really be focused on the priorities and the allocations. And so I believe our meeting with staff is next Thursday. We have added that to a part of their conversation to help inform. So to Marcia's point, like we had our formal last meeting, but then we know that there's going to be more that comes out of that staff conversation that will circulate back to this group to say, okay, so if these are the strategies and the priority areas, these are the ways that we believe it can be measured to show our success. And then we will share that back with this group for input. So some of this stuff is going to happen in a bit of a virtual offline.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anything else coming up for folks about process and how we're going to get there? All right, I'm going to take that as a sign that folks are ready to dive in. Again, just referencing one last time, the environmental scale, that directly speaks to the piece that Carol brought up around those measures, right? Some of those, were you an advocate? Were you a champion? Were you directly responsible? Because some of them, you're not directly responsible. The other part is to also think about what did you hear specifically from community? And then also bringing in your wisdom and the collective's wisdom. We're hoping that's what will be the basis of your contributions as we finalize rankings, which will then turn into, we're going to do allocation percentages. Okay, so just wanting to say that very clearly, we're not going to necessarily do dollar amounts because we know there are some overhead costs and some other things that we don't have all the numbers to. But if we do allocation percent, then that'll be something else we look with staff to say, okay, so what would be the real numbers? And that would then be something else that would pass back through this group. So they too have a heavy lift. And so for those who are here or working in the background, I hope you're preparing yourself as well. On that note, I'm going to turn everything over to Vashti. We want to try to get through this first part in about an hour and 15, 20-ish minutes. And we will reassess at that point. So Vashti, can you walk us through the ranking?
Morning, everyone. Good to see you all. So what we're going to do is, not that any area is less important than the other, but I'm going to say this is a bit of a softball. First go, because we have one focus area that we did not rank together during the last meeting. So we're going to start there. That is going to get us back into groove. And then we're going to talk about how that will be used for the allocation discussion, which we will be doing for everything for the rest of or during the next hour. So if everyone could go to the state communities focus area, it's also here up on the screen. We have two kind of main strategies and goals that we outlined that we wanted to accomplish, right? So out of school time activities, and then also including mentoring and character building programs, because there's a lot of overlap and opportunity between those two. And then the trust as the community safety convener, which came up several times in regards to the conversation around community violence, domestic and interpartner violence. So what I need from you all now, if you haven't done this already, because I know that email that we sent about this was, that's been a week at least. So because there's only two, right? it's really just a question of one or two. And so if you didn't get a chance to do this already, based on not just your personal opinion, right? But the information from the scan, the listening project, what we know about how the trust is aligned within the community to make an impact with the resources that the trust has. Which one of these two strategies do you feel like should take priority in the safe community focus area? And so if everyone can take a minute or two, if you haven't ranked these already, and then we can discuss kind of where everyone is, and then we're going to tally. Because what Nikki and I have done with the other areas is looked at all of the rankings that we received. And then created kind of like, this is what we understood to be because there's a lot of variation. So basically it's based off of the averages, right? So this one had the highest score per se across the entire group. And this is how that down, so that down ranks as number one. We'll be sharing those with you in the other focus areas so that you can understand where we landed as a group on the other three. So take a moment to rank this last focus area.
What if they're tied?
Huh?
What if they're tied?
We're talking about that. We have one. We have one that is tied, and there's some.
This is tied for you.
If you think you can't, it cannot be.
Okay.
It cannot be. You have, and this is the thing we're talking about, what we're dealing with today.
So that, are you asking us to rank those top two, 1 and 2? Or?
No, just the top two, because of the way the goals are interlocked, you're looking at the out of school time activities and the mentor and character building programs are kind of lumped together.
Put together. Got it.
Yes, so I would do those in one block and then community safety convener as a block two.
Okay.
Yes, and we're ranking them, we're giving you our, yeah, 1, 2.
It's just another process question. So, this comment came up a number of times in previous discussions, and that's that some things cost more. Like we talked a lot about out of school time and summer programs cost more. So if you put a percentage allocation lower on that, you know, that's gonna be a problem, right? It's just something to think about. So having said that, same thing here. So for example, community safety convener. I personally think that's really important and it really doesn't cost a lot. Whereas out of school mentoring programs costs a lot. So that's kind of another underlying factor that's difficult, I think, in kind of the way we're proceeding on this.
I think, go ahead.
If I can jump in, so think of this as part one, and then there's a part two section, where we then test those assumptions. So the first part is to say 1 and 2, right? And then we will go through another round, where you then say, well, what's the rationale and the consideration? So when we get to considerations, we can then say, yes, I believe this is priority for me, or as I'm thinking about all the inputs. And I think we have to account from a funding strategy that this traditionally costs more. So right now, we're going to try to capture it as cleanly as we can, and then we're going to get a little bit more messy once we get through this part. Does that make, Carol, is that?
I think
Yes and no. I mean, the problem is that if right now we say, for example, number 2 should be number 1, based off what I just said. And what I just said was, I feel like the second one on there has extraordinary impacts, but doesn't cost a lot of money. If instead, if we say that, then that funding discussion is kind of meaningless. See what I'm saying?
Not exactly.
It's not important.
So I think what we want to know from you all now, so I think you bring up a really excellent point, right? The trust may be best positioned, right, to be a community convener. But there's a recognition that this other piece of work is critically important. So when we get to the discussion around allocation, distribution, that's when this part of the conversation comes in, because you're right, convening can be done relatively inexpensively, right? Shared space, right, just bringing people together, right? So versus the cost of staff and training and, you know, liability insurance, all the things that goes into, right, working with them. So when we get to that part of the conversation, that's when we start talking about those things. So it's saying, within the plan though, it may be that there is an increased emphasis on the community convening that wasn't there before, although it might not take the amount of resources within that focus area that we would necessarily associate with it being the number one. So it may end up being that we said, this is critically important, but it actually isn't gonna cost us as much, and we can roll some of those dollars into the second area. And we'll work through those pieces together. So right now, we just wanna know what's your one and what's your two.
So when I looked at this, I think initially I was looking at the high level and looking at. If we impacted one, that could also impact the second one. So I ranked the first block first and the community safety second, and again, I struggle with these saying one's more important because I feel like I'm.
And we know that that's not.
But what my rationale was is, you know, if you give kids strong mentors and you can develop peer mentors among the youth, and the reason that some kids are choosing games versus choosing positive things. That was my rationale, that I think by ranking the first section first, that we would have an impact on the second section, because kids might feel less of a need to bully other kids, or they might have some better social skills and things that they're learning that in these out of school programs and mentoring programs, and feel like they have a strong adult to turn to. So that was my rationale for that.
So having said that, perfect little segue there. How about because we're in person, this is actually a little bit easier. Show of hands. If you ranked out of school time, mentoring, character building as your number one, raise your hand. And if you ranked the community safety convener as number one, raise your hand. I'm telling you that there's, so right, there's a clear, so it's 10-1 right now, right? So we know that, but there's only two, right? And it doesn't mean that doesn't mean the rest of the group doesn't care about the community safety convening, but recognizing just how they weigh the opportunity space, right? This is actually really good, because we can just really flow into the next piece without too much confusion. So what we're gonna do now is go step into this exercise in a new way and start to have a discussion about these are the two strategies that are gonna get us to this goal, increasing pro-social behaviors for adolescents, and then working with community to see community level improvement, particularly on gun violence, right? Those are two really big and really different activities, but both critically important to building a safe community for the young folks in our community. As a collective, we have ranked that out of school time activities and mentoring and character building programs is where we're going to put our emphasis. So I want you to keep this in mind. You could like keep this in the back of your mind.
And what I would say is that as you did your ranking, capture your rationales, right? Part of Carol's rationale is gonna be like, oh, because we know we can fully fund this, right? Or whatever yours.
Sorry, Candace.
Candace, I'm sorry.
I kept saying, where's Carol?
My glasses? Yeah, but make sure you're capturing your rationale. That's gonna become critically important to the second part of the conversation. So then you don't wanna come back and say, well, wait, why did I say that? All of the thoughts that went through your head, the pieces of information you were considering, high level summary.
So now I'm gonna take us back to ground this in. So now we have rankings for the strategies within each focus area, right? So those are now complete. Now what I'm gonna take you back to a couple slides previous, if you're not looking at the screen. which is, it was like our main question from our last discussion together. Which priority area is the trust position to have the greatest impact in? So, you all can see that better now, so if I can move up my screen, or, no, looking at there. I said I couldn't do it, yeah, the little box. I'll try to see if I can bring it up. Can you do it?
I can. Oh, no, I will.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. I was like, I can't, it wasn't on my screen, so I was like, I can't do it. Okay, so this is what happened in the last meeting. And so, in the last meeting, we tallied everyone's votes. And what we saw is that the priority area that you all decided you could have the most impact in was that children have nurturing, supportive caregivers and relationships. Now, if you'll see next, you'll see, and me and Nikki, you can't see, we actually both went through this exercise to see if we heard and saw the same thing. So we had a little bit of a discrepancy on this one, so, but based off of your votes, all children are born and remain healthy, and all children can learn and need what they need to be successful, actually have the same score number, but there's a key difference between them. So all children are born and remain healthy, out of those two, had the most people ranked it either first or last. It was very interesting. So it had a ton of people who said this is the most important, and then, or the place where we can have the greatest impact. I'm gonna try and not use the word important because it's not not the right language. Versus folks who put it as the one where they thought we could make, it was for where we could have the most impact. Whereas all children can learn what they need to be successful, had the most varied kind of, it had everything, 1, 2, 3, 4 across the group. And it just so happened that the number came out to be equal. And I was like, darn it.
And this was like reviewing our own notes, this was looking at transcripts, and this was going back to the video.
Yes, and like going back to the chat, capturing everyone's rank, and then like adding them up, so like, I'm like, the math is not the way it was. Good number. So this is, it's interesting. So when you see these right this way, does that red, like, is there someone like, wow, I can't believe that? Or is there anything that is kind of coming up for anyone that's like, this is so different than what I expected? Because I just want to give us this is the first time you're seeing them this way. And then I want to kind of unpack a little what the implications are for this as far as the allocation process. Yes, sir.
So what kind of jumps out at me when I look at just those two is the word born. It really implies and focuses me in on early ages. And that's really the origin of the trust, is who is focusing on 0 to 5, not many. And is that the most important time? We've concluded 80 to 90% of the brain, yes, we need a trust. And so I'm probably one of those that said this was my number one, because that word focuses me really in on early age.
Where I think for me, I'm probably the 4, because I think it focuses on the parent. I think it focuses on the mom in terms of the child being born healthy. And so we're serving the adult prior to serving the child.
And so that's important or not important? I agree with that statement, but I also agree that it's equally important. Serving the adult, serving the child is, if we miss that, either one of those, we lose.
I focus more on the impact, like how much impact are we gonna, in terms of the trust, how much impact can we have in the 9 months leading to the birth of that child? Is where I see it when I read it.
Yeah, and so I do too, and it still makes it the top, because I feel like if we can educate the parents about the importance of when they are born for the next 5 years, and we have 9 months to do that, we can literally change the dynamics and the impact for the whole generation of that baby. And so, yeah, I'm with you on. I love to provide resources to that parent to educate them on the importance of the next 5 years for the generation of your family.
See, I think my rationale was the same as Ken's when it came, because I ranked that, I believe, number one. Because it's again, that healthy starting place, and a child can, not to say that the child can't still be successful if their start is a little rough, but we see, yeah, definitely a big amount. And what happens prenatally with the child can set them up for a lifetime of hardship or success. And so the education piece to the parents, if there's ways that we can focus on that, to get them to a place where when they're teens, they're not still struggling with issues that happen because of things that were happening in the womb. Because we see a lot of that in my department, where the byproduct of that choice as a parent or a choice of the parent didn't know to make differently will impact that child for years. So I think that's what my rationale was, starting them off in the best place possible and then continuing to impact them through the year. But that start is key.
I completely agree. I also don't see someone pregnant at 4 months allowing Candace just to walk up and educate them. So again, that's where I go back to the impact. How can the trust impact? Because I totally agree with everything you're saying.
Right.
But how can the trust impact that parent at 4 months or when they're 4 months pregnant? And I guess it would, like, how's the newborn program going? Like, how is that being accepted? And if we back it up 5 months, is it going to be more or less accepted from the trust, from an entity coming in and telling a parent how to?
And again, I know even before the trust was developed, when it was a Children's Services Council, there were issues that we knew existed that we didn't have the answers for. But we put it out to the community to say, if this is a need, what would that look like? And I still think we've got such a wealth of experts out in the community that we should not, if we know it's still an issue, we shouldn't say we can't focus on it because we don't understand it or how to impact it. I think there are areas that we as a trust could say, if we were to fund this differently, what could we fund that could impact it? Maybe ask the question differently.
I think that's a good kind of notation to keep for how what the implementation of the plan looks like, right? And so that's part of our discussion this afternoon is going to be starting to ground you all in how the plan evolves into that living document. And a lot of that is going to be how the staff, what the staff narrative is around the focus areas, and then how those are distributed out to the community. Because the implementation could look different across the focus areas. It can be some RFPs that are very specific around, we want to fund this program, who wants to implement it, versus we're actually not exactly sure what the right thing is, but we trust that you all out here who have expertise in these early childhood or kind of whatever area it is, can tell us what you're doing right now that is showing success, right? And both of those are strategies that you all can use in order to work through your strategies. And so these are those pieces that we want to make sure are not, that you don't think this is just a discussion, but these are actually the building blocks for how you're going to implement the work.
And that aligns in the listening project where Dr. Pinto had shared about incubating, right? Incubation becomes necessary for some of the things that you haven't quite figured out exactly what to do and how to do it. And provide you a space to say, but we're willing to try, right? We're willing to see what community comes up with, and if it's where we will invest, we'll monitor, we'll see what it looks like, and then determine if we should continue to reinvest. And
Well, actually, I have a comment, but I want to hear Pat.
Well, I just, sorry to raise my hand, I'm over in the corner, so I'm.
not where to stand in this.
That's a good point.
So, first of all, I hear, what everyone has said so far, but it's always bothered me that we've had the ad remain in parentheses, because I think the initial impetus for this was always focused on being born and remaining healthy. And I think that, from my perspective, at least, there's a big piece of how we define healthy. And I think a lot of the conversations that we've had around not one of my favorite words, but mental health or mental health from infancy through adolescence, I think is part of healthy, what it means to be healthy. I think the one that's focused on relationships is where we have been thinking about interactions between children and caregivers. But I think that there's also a piece of healthy that is health, but also mental health that's not necessarily only connected to caregivers, if that makes sense, but to one's mental health, one's oral health, one's physical health, wellness. And that fitness programs and after-school programs and all of those things connect, if we wanted them to remaining healthy, right? All issues around obesity prevention, all of those things. So I guess all of that to just say, from my perspective, born, yes, everything my colleagues have said, right, that I believe in, of course, completely, but also remain, I think is really important for us to consider.
Is there any, one second, is there any objection to taking away those furniture?
No.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, there's a decision.
Because I think it does do exactly what we just, the conversation we just had, it perpetuates this early childhood versus. Right. And Christy, everything you do, I can have images in my mind of girls playing volleyball over at the gym at girls' place, right?
Yeah.
That's physical health.
Right. It is a continuity. It's not just,
It's not this and that,
right, so I think we need to look holistically over the life of the child, just
completely.
Yes, that very minor comment, because I think everything's been said, but based off of what you always say, I was sort of moving to all children have nurture and supportive. That one, because it's not just the 9 months before. When that child is born, whatever shape they come out, they need, those parents, that support system needs to be robust. So you're defining it, Pat, in terms of remaining healthy, that robust and others are defining it
Yeah.
and being supportive, nurturing relationships. So it's really kind of how you view glass.
right.
So we're saying the same thing, just in different ways, right?
Right, different perspectives about, I think when we get into like kind of the sub strategies, right? And how we decided to reach these goals, reach the goals associated with them. I think that's where it's starting to see kind of the difference. So just really quickly, so you can just orient your brains to the things that we said. So for all children are born and remain healthy, there was the care coordination and the access to comprehensive care and human services and services for families with special needs. Those were the places where we focused, where the nurturing, support, and caregivers is where we nested the maternal child health programs, the family resource centers, and the strategic partnerships. So the interconnection between these two, it really is, it's just a nuance of like how you framed it. And because when you see what the strategies are, because that maternal child health programs could very easily be under all children are born and remain healthy, right? And so when we start talking about, so one of the things that's coming out for me here is that for the two that are tied to, one of them seems to be taking a bit of a higher kind of a higher level within the rankings of all children are born and remain healthy, because it is almost like a 1A, 1B, right? More than all children can learn what they need to be successful. So it's almost like 1A, 1B, 2, 3. So because of how deeply connected all children are born and remain healthy and have nurturing and supportive caregivers and relationships are together. Does that resonate with the room? Okay,
Absolutely.
okay, yes.
Well, I mean, just said what Pat and Candace said, I was thinking, why don't we combine them? Why shouldn't they just be one strategy? You just did 1A, 1B. I know that may, like, well, let's start this reading right from the beginning, that's not what I mean. But it is what I mean, but yeah, I waited till she laughed. won't talk to you.
Never mind.
It's funny you should say that, Ken, because I was thinking the same thing.
Well,
I mean,
I said the same thing, one A, one B, they're both one.
right, and when I look at, one of the reasons I was ready to be able to go to some neuro support, nutrient supportive, is that if you look at those things, the maternal child resource center, those go in for health too. I mean, how you keep those kids healthy is you're able to provide their environment information and resources, right, to connect them.
You could say all children are born healthy, have nurturing, supportive caregivers and relationships.
Mm-hmm.
You could say something like that.
Yeah, they are very, very interconnected.
Thank you.
So, okay, we're processing this. And I'm thinking, there's two things here. I think that from because there's no rule, you don't have to have one strategy, right? Like this is what is being created, right? So if there's a desire to combine them, it can be done as far as strategies and or it could actually show up in the implementation of the work. Because you could really put out your calls and proposals, or those two together, that they coexist, right? So one of the things I did, my board just voted on my strategic plan last month. Okay, so just like activated it. And so one of the things that we did is that we had 3 programs that all focus on some level of financial well-being support. It's emergency financial assistance program, a homelessness prevention work, like all these things. They're deeply interconnected. And so before they were separated out in the strategic plan, what we did, as I said, why don't we say these are our economic security programs? Well, we nested them together under one larger piece, and then each one had their identified goal and strategy. So you can't do that while still maintaining the intricacies of these are not the exact same thing all the time, but we recognize that they fit under a larger umbrella together. So it can be done, and you can still maintain so that the folks who are doing maternal child health programs don't feel like they're in competition, right, so to speak, with the folks who are doing maybe family resource center work, right? But
That's what I see as the real benefit of combining, is that we're bringing it all together.
that we're bringing it together to say, this is, and really that's really what, that's the bigger picture of the strategic plan, is that this is our North Star of what we're trying to get to. And these are the things that fall under how we get there. But if we want to highlight in particular that we see these two as deeply interwoven, we can pull those together, and then it will make the work when we get to talking about how we distribute those kind of, because then we're looking at like 6 different strategies, but we can bring those two together. If you all feel very strongly that it makes sense to you to have those two combined into one bigger kind of double, kind of like the 2 goals into one. But I just need to get kind of a broader sense of where like the full room is, so before we go to do something like that.
So just to let you know, just to make it a little easier, if we did that, the thing about family resource centers, if you redefine that a little bit in strategic partnerships, that is access to comprehensive care. I mean, how do they get access? They're informed, they're navigated.
That's what I was.
Yeah, so those really come together. Care information, navigation, that all comes together. Because and it's almost like, there's 2 levels of touching.
We're off road, by the way. We're like, yeah. I've been to these before and I just saw their faces. And okay, they're on the ranch.
They should go and like, I'm tripping wise, and I'm trying to think, oh, this is where we live, now, like, I need to combine. Like,
No.
You know, we as a board do this to the staff. Just so you know, this is kind of, you know.
oh, yeah, but that was good. So let's hear from, I think this one is really important to hear. I think we've heard some really valid cases and positions as to why this makes sense. For those who have not spoken about it directly, we would love to have you weigh in. So I'm gonna look to, between like Candace and Patricia, if one of you want to just summarize exactly what we're talking about, then others can.
Here's the expert over
There
there.
we go. Patricia.
No. I think, I like the idea of 1A, 1B, I really do. And I guess my rationale that I wrote down here is that those two things, and I like what you said, Vashti, because I think then that sets the foundation for thing that's ranked number 2.
Then I look at Christy and Marcia and go, what do you think?
But I don't want to upset the apple cart if 1A, 1B is an issue from 1 and 2, the way we've always done it.
I think that
This-
I'd love to hear from Christy as far as the idea around kind of merging the way, because, I mean, really. Yeah, there are no rules, so to speak, about like, it has to. When you put, it has to say this when you put out the call. You can still break them out into separate calls for
That's what I'm
proposals,
saying,
right?
like,
Like,
so different things necessary.
Exactly.
But I think to be able to see the continuity, that it's not just about birth to 5, this is birth to 18. And these are happening across the lifespan.
Well, and I think they both fall under well-being, so it's really under an umbrella of well-being. It's healthy well-being, it's mental health well-being, it's family dynamic well-being, so it's kind of a well-being. 1A and 1B.
If I can make just a comment, and I know you need to hear from me too. I think part of it in my mind too is the difference between a systems development and a specific direct service program. So the thing about resource centers and navigation, that's a system issue. And in my opinion, of course, I'm only one person, I think that that's something that trust is uniquely able to impact, is creating robust systems. Having said that, things like a doula program or maternal child health programs, those are in this genre of well-being. It's a very specific direct service program. The kind of work you do in after-school programming, very specific direct service, very much impacts wellness in many ways. Right, so that might help a little bit with if you're going to be categorizing 1A, 1B, perhaps, maybe some of it is how it's actually implemented. Strategic, I mean, system versus direct program.
I think that is, yes, I think that's a great point, and I think for everyone else, like, as you're thinking about what we're going to do next. These are the kind of questions you want to ask yourself is what's this opportunity? Is this direct service? Is this a systems engagement work? Is this, I think thinking about the continuum of care. So this idea that, right, born and remain healthy, while it may initially trigger for you prenatal to like 3, is actually a much longer time period. And now we're looking at it as born and remain healthy for 0 to 18 or 0 to 24, kind of wherever. And the idea that nurturing supportive caregivers, like that doesn't stop after BPK, right? Like that also is a continuation, right? You, right, the parents of teens find themselves, right, sometimes feeling like they're back at block 1, they don't know how to parent children anymore, right? Like that idea of where people need support is continuously changing and evolving throughout the life cycle. So thinking about it in that way, I think would be helpful as we get to the rankings. So I wanted to.
I was just gonna say, and I'm way off, I don't really think we need to change it. I just think that when we do an RFP, we just spell out what we're looking for, but I love the goals that we have. And I mean, it does make sense, but just like Cheryl said, if we really read into them, they all fall. And I mean, one umbrella and put them all, I mean, but I just think when the board first met to put this together, I mean, I'm coming from another CSC, so to me, it makes sense. But if the group wanted to do the combine it, I'm okay with it, but to me, I think it makes sense the way it is.
I think,
It's just the way you spell it out in an RFP, when you put it out there, you just spell it out, which category or.
I think if it's 3 strategies, then it speaks to Candace and systems and to Dr. Snyder in that if it's 3, then it's 0 to 5. Like if you're just, or 0 to 18, like each strategy, sorry, each strategy. Yeah. Yeah. I can't do the work I do. 0 to 5 centers are doing the work that they do. But if it's the 3 strategies, then it does make it allows the opportunity for more systemic influence because all 3 strategies would be 0 to 18 or birth to 18. And so that's why I would be,
That's a
yeah.
good point too.
So you can do the
Yes.
programmatic, but then you can also influence the system.
And can I just add a nuance to, and I'm right this out yet, Kathy?
I'm really-
Well, no, I'm sure, top of mind, what, the other thing too about going system versus direct service, we know system is important, right? But the public doesn't, they don't care,
Right,
they don't care if you're meeting over there about this, but they do notice the programs.
right.
So it's a very important
Mhm.
for us to keep in mind that there have to be programs that are labeled Children's Trust supported, so people understand that work is being done.
I was just gonna add, when I look at the goals, if you took out decrease infant mortality for those first 2, that's still important, but you then open that up to 0 to 18. And back into what Christie was saying, which is if they're agreeing on this, where there's something special here, right? Because we were focused in on a specific goal, but it's really bigger than that goal. And that's obviously something. I guess I have a question though about 1A and 1B. If we go to 1A and 1B now, intuitively, when I hear that, A is first, B second. And I think that I don't want A first and B second, I just want 1. And I don't know if the rest of the group feels that.
Perception too.
Because I think that's such a. How many meetings where. Because I never feel like it's one or the other. I just think that, kids need to be supported where they're at whatever age. But it always has turned into a conversation of the specific age groups and then one group feeling disenfranchised because we talk about a certain group. And I think we should just be talking about healthy, happy children at whatever age they're at until they turn 18 and the families.
So one possible way, I mean, I'm just looking back at some of these about organizing it conceptually in this is to specifically talk about system support and program services or direct support. And if you look at these, for example, going to the safe families one, the safe community one, if you look at that breaks it right there. Community safety convener, that's system support. Out of school activities, mentor character building, that's direct services support. So you're already, it's already been done at least one of them. And so anyways, just one way to think about it, which might also help because this group has heard many times, and I'm sure some of you've done it too, is from the Dorothy is talking about that this is supposed to be about changing the systems.
So I think I just wanted to mention that I think that, the comment about families, not really caring about the system. I think it's gonna be our job to explain to them why we're focusing on the system. And I think they'll get it, because when we think about some of our parents who we say fall through the cracks, all that means is that there was a system that didn't work for them.
Right.
And once we explain to them why we're focusing on fixing, if you will, or making improvements in the system, I think they'll get it and they'll understand. Because we have so many of them whose child didn't get all the way to, the service that they needed, or it didn't quite work for them, and they don't really understand that it wasn't necessarily a programmatic issue. It was the fact that you got lost somewhere in all the loops and hoops that you had to run through to get to the service. And so I'm definitely in agreement. And again, it's kind of what one of the reasons the trust was created, to fix some of these systems, because I then think that we'll get to the outcomes that the families are hoping, for their family. Thank you. Yes.
I kind of have a question for staff. What do they think of going from 4 to 3?
What's interesting for me is, as soon as you say it, so I was looking at parentheses, first of all, I was like, when they, and I come from a maternal child health background, so I'm always gonna be in support of that. But I kept focusing on that remaining part, so I was happy to hear that, we're gonna get rid of the parentheses, because it really doesn't make sense. I'm perfectly fine with combining them, because we do want, that's from, nurturing and supportive caregiver, that's from soup to nuts, like that's from the beginning all the way to the end. And what Vashti said about, we get to decide, I don't think there's no rule that says we need to have 4 or 3 or 2. And so, for me, I think it's perfectly fine if we change the number of. And write it wrong, that's why I think
I guess since I'm relatively new, it matters not to me how many we have. What matters to me is what are our goals? So if we combine them, and what really excited me was the nesting and the doing something different in terms of our RFPs. What are we asking for? What are we putting out into the community? And then we have the opportunity to do things differently. Chrissy and I talk all the time, where I'm like, well, why do we have to do it that way? Why? I mean, do we have to do it that way? And then she'll say, you're right, Marsha, we really don't. So that's the exciting part of this. As you all have heard me say, I feel like we're toddlers, right? The trust is, we got started, but now we really are, we're walking, we're running. This gives us the opportunity to really do that in a big way. And to start to become the trust we want to become. So whether 3 or 4 doesn't matter. It's what are those goals and what is it that we're going after? We should be looking at 0 to 18. It's again, coming in, I didn't understand why there was the 0 to 5 against the 6 to 18. It's all cute. So if we can frame it in that way, then we all can unify around supporting everything that we do and not having it be one group against the other. So that's my role.
Because we see it among the providers at the meeting.
Yeah.
Where there's.
Yes.
And it's a feeling of, I'm either gonna be supported because they're talking about this age group.
Right.
Or I'm not gonna be supported because they're talking about this age group, and it's just children.
Yeah, I can give you more perspective at a later time, but unfortunately it came down to money. It came down to 0 to 5 was funded and 60.
Yeah.
But
And I get that.
But in our hearts and in what we do as providers for older children, like if 0 to 5 centers aren't successful, then we gotta have it.
Right.
And I can also tell you, at the Acorn Clinic, when United Way was doing this, their Pets by 6, that kind of totally shut down the support for Acorn Clinic, because we mostly serve low-income, underserved adults. But those adults have children, right? And that kind of care is modeled for children when their parents get the help they need. So that was a real problem for Acorn Clinic at the time.
One of the things, so a few things I'm hearing that I want to summarize before we go to this next piece, and is that the perspective of the trust is to communicate to the community that the trust cares about children from birth to 18. Not only that, but the children that the trust actually cares about, right? It's really a cradle to grave strategy, because when you also add in the adults, right? The adults who are supporting and nurturing and raising these children. If you're taking basically what is a multi-generational strategy, right? And you're supporting the child with interventions, the caregivers with interventions, and doing systems level work, you are really looking at the full scope of the life cycle for both the child, right, in their development, and the adult as they continue, right, to be kind of that critical role that they play, including active professionals, because we even have that right, as one of the strategies and supporting the caregivers and the teachers. So I think this really will get to kind of like that deeper narrative when you guys are telling that story around who is it that we're invested in, right? This doesn't mean we don't recognize the importance of the early brain development. No, that's in there too. But we're saying in order to get the community that we desire, right, that we can't leave anybody behind. And so this is the way the trust is going to try and have an impact where we can at least touch people at different places across the spectrum. Right?
So the only thing about this, it's not good, you guys and board members, seems back there is that it will make it really hard to allocate dollars.
Well, that's what we're about to talk about. Thanks too. So then the other, so I think that's really great. So we said children are gonna be born and remain healthy with nurturing and supportive caregivers. They're gonna learn what they need to be healthy, and they're gonna live in a safe community, right? And these are the goals these are the priority areas for the trust in order to meet our mission and vision. Now we have to say, yes.
You're saying all children can learn what they need to be healthy or successful?
Oh, sorry, sorry.
I was hoping you had.
I think my brain was just kind of.
That's okay, that's okay,
around
that
there.
is-
Yeah, how important to have you be successful. So we're gonna add our own. So if we're looking at that pie, right? We got one pie. We don't have, we don't have two, we got one. We have to determine across those buckets how we would want to divide it up. Now, of course, without kind of, we can say 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. I think that's what,
recommendation.
I think, yes, there was somewhere, I can't remember where.
Well,
It may
yeah,
come up.
those
So
bucket
I don't think
recommendations for that age group.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is new
Yes.
territory.
So this is, so that's like we're gonna divide it equally. But we rank them for a reason, right? Because we think there's a greater opportunity for the trust to have impact in some areas more than where the trust can have impact in others, as well as there being other players who are also going to be doing investments that can bolster the impact of the work, right? So in particular, I think the perfect example is safe community. There's an opportunity for the trust to invest here, to have some impact, to support the convening process. But we also know there are major system players, right, who more likely than not are gonna be pulling down federal dollars, they're gonna be doing, right, they've got public funds, opportunity, right, there's other players in that space that you can work alongside with in order to impact that. Yes.
So I just want to make a point, I'm looking at some of the participants out here, so when you say that, when you say there's others in the field doing work, that's absolutely right. But there's work that's done locally that I think that this trust needs to be thinking about. I'm thinking about trauma-informed care. You know, that kind of educational piece, which is part of a support system in my mind, is in gun violence training. Those are local level, that's locally done and likely by local organizations. So I wouldn't lump, in my opinion, I wouldn't lump that there's others in the field. There may be, but not necessarily for specific local gap programs.
Okay.
Right?
I think that'll be something, that'll be the implication you'll have to consider when you're talking about what are we gonna do with the resources that we allocate to the
Right.
focus area,
That's why I
right?
said it.
Yes, so that there's this, because I think what the conversation you were having previously about gun violence in particular was right, like some of the community partners and organizations you all were talking about, whether it, I think, it's law enforcement and, right, so Department of Youth Services and kind of some of those other big community organizations where like, this is one of their core focus areas. How can the trust support, be engaged? Yes, but you're not necessarily gonna take the lead, right? Versus something like All Children are Born and Remain Healthy, where that becomes more like a flagship, like with the supporting caregivers, right? That becomes like almost where maybe first thought for when people think of the trust, that's where their mind is orienting, even though they know you do these other things. But there's always gonna be that piece of your work that becomes almost like, this is where, right, this is the post in the ground, here's the way, there's a whole system there, right, there's a whole picture, but people are gonna see this. Boom, I know they do this other stuff too, but like they think of you, right, as the leader in your community as well, because part of this, as you said, with toddler, right, but as you grow and mature and as an organization, right, and people start to turn to you as, we want you to actually convene this next, right, and I know they're gonna do that, it's like, if they're gonna call providers and all this stuff over here, but right, but there still doesn't mean there's not gonna be a time when they say, for this county and for this conversation, we're coming to the trust first, right? And then bringing the rest of the community around versus in other places where people are gonna call you in, right? And so I think it'll be that interplay, but I think thank you for bringing up, we never want to ignore or make it seem as though we're not acknowledging that there's gonna be grassroots,
Yes.
right, local community engaged work that the best replicated program can't always touch families in the same way because they don't have the same relationships and trust. Right, and so how do we support those small, local grassroots? And those are the things that start to come out in how you ask the community and tell the community what it is you're looking for. Because there's a big difference between saying, you know, well, we're gonna implement this evidence-based program and tell us what you're doing and how it's working, and let's see how we can partner together, right? And how you marry those two, because you probably need a little bit of both, right? In a community is gonna be part of the implementation of the plan.
Is Marcel still on the line? Do you know? The reason I'm asking you is that community foundation, input would be really excellent. She hasn't gone there, it's not, okay.
Yes, you wanna get back there?
No, she said her Wi-Fi is.
Okay.
Can I make one minor, but might be important moving forward, wherever we land? When we look way back at the mission statement, I think that we use the word youth, and we recommended that we say children and youth. And I'm wondering here as well, when we look at these strategies, if it might not be important for youth empowerment, but also for youth who would not like to be necessarily referred to as children, but also to emphasize the birth to 18, that we say all children and youth, right? All children and youth, all children and youth. And that our mission statement says all children and youth. And so just putting that out there as sort of something for us to think about.
So,
And if
Because most 14-year-olds I have are called children.
Right.
So if we, you know, tweaking the mission statement is a big deal, so to speak. So does this group want to make a recommendation to the board?
We already have.
Okay, you already did that?
We did that a while back. At one of our meetings. We did, the board didn't take it under consideration, but early on in this process, I remember we started with somebody somewhere with mission statement.
Yes, what I'm asking now is that I want to get consensus from this group that if we, in this plan, if we made this addition to the mission statement that said all children and youth, where it says children, that this group would be in approval of that, if we put that into our strategic plan, because that we would then be presenting that to the board as a change to the
I
mission
agree.
statement.
Tia, you agree?
Just like I'm not listening.
Any names?
Four.
Well, and even for Hispanic, the word, when you translate it, youth is better because you have your children, niños, y adolescentes. So
Right.
it would be good too, even when we translate in Spanish. Yeah,
Okay.
makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to the pie.
Sorry.
That's okay. So we've got the idea that 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 probably doesn't quite it doesn't align with, right? The discussion and strategies and focus and kind of where we see the possibility for impact. So what we need to start to do is then determine how much of the allocation do we want to put into our top strategy of children are born and remain healthy with nurturing and supported caregivers. So remember, we combined those two into a larger picture, which I will try to, I'll go back and forth, because right now we still have them broken up, but that would mean thinking about how we would fund care coordination, access to comprehensive care, that includes the services for families and children with special needs, the doula services, as well as the maternal child health programs, and these are big buckets, the Family Resource Center, and the strategic partnerships for universal supports. So within there, we have both direct service programs on the ground, home visiting, probably, we got a little bit of every way, and we've got big community, also probably, you know, some targeted, but also some universal support activities. So you've got a full spectrum of activities. It appears to Nikki and I that would have to, even when I was just thinking, which is more remain healthy, that right, the scale, the slice, we've got to tip pretty heavily in that area. But we still need money, particularly for the learning component of the pie, especially because there's an active RFP out right now, right? And that is in the learn area, right? So we know, and that RFP is for up to 1 million. Is that right? Okay. So we know there's, you know, so we've got to decide how much we want to allocate to these two. And you can take into account that these were two, because it's a recent change and you're thinking about the scope. So if you were thinking, you know, 40, 30, 2010, then does this piece take up 70% of the budget? Does it, or because we combine them, is it 60? So like, well, I know this is hard and like messy, but like we've got to literally come up with a percentage of the budget of the allocation that we're saying, this is the focus area that we're in, the emphasis we're going to put on this work. Considering that we also have, and if you need to make an investment in pay and after school programs and those, which can be pricey, and then community safety. Yes.
So when I look at our number 2 number, quality DPK, kindergarten readiness, 3rd grade reading, childhood learning environment, and out of school activities, those all seem really, really important because it's health and wellness. So for me, it's not a 60. The way I would allocate it would be 50, 35, 50.
I was close. I said
Which
50,
which one's the third one?
30,
The
and
same?
10.
They. And Marcia.
I went 50, 30, 10. But I'm okay with it.
And then the additional 10 would be, so I know we were trying to figure out, what do we do with this? You've got some, we've got some stuff. We've got some things that are not necessarily, they're not core strategy investments, but you've got some kind of, I'm trying to think of the one.
Innovative, new.
Yes, yeah. So the professional development work, some of those pieces that are like, this is.
Oh, I'm sorry, mine was of the program.
Yes, that's what I was thinking too.
Because you had on the side, you had admin and you had innovative.
Yeah, not including the admin costs, but I'm thinking more of just the grants piece. Okay, programmatic. Okay, I wasn't sure because you did 50, 30, 10,
Yeah.
That's 80.
90.
which is only 90.
Sorry.
So I thought maybe you were holding it at 10. I thought you were holding it at 10 for the other one. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Right.
I think that was one of the recommendations, is to hold out money for building.
That was gonna be my question, was these incubation programs that we talked about, is it gonna fall within the strategy, that there's a percentage within the strategy, or is it a separate standalone?
And maybe that is the 10, that we would keep 10% for those innovative, one-time seed.
That literally was just us talking and me putting some numbers on the paper. So that could work. I thought 50% was my high. 30% would have been the
Education.
education. Thank you. And then I was thinking the last part, the safety and anything else would roll into that. That was the value.
So you did, so in your mind, it was 50, 30, 20?
50-30-20.
50, 30. But, I'm not opposed to what Cheryl just said and taking 10 out and having that for those
And that
other.
could be across all the strategies, that 10% is that seed money that. we talked about.
And there was one other one, I don't, is actually everything I don't know if you want to lose, it's just, there was also a commitment for the ongoing kind of professional development and strengthening of, particularly as you look to fund some of those, like the incubators or small grassroots organizations who might need some additional support to be successful.
Seems like that could be in there.
That's
That's I thought you were saying that the 10% was just for the incubators on the professional development.
Could be like.
What, does that work?
I'm just trying to think.
Because the professional development, which is I understood was cross-cutting across everyone.
Oh, okay, this is professional development for organizations in general. Yes.
So that was the kind of stuff we were saying, remember the conversations about the insurance? And so.
So the camp.
Top of mind,
I gotta put this in right now, because if we only have 10% for safety, and in there is the out-of-school activities.
But we have other schools in places that.
Right.
Yeah, which I think is really important, and I want to make sure we think about that.
Where's the
So
educational?
it's on the, it's also under, children learn how to be successful.
Okay, great, good. That's what
You
I
know,
wanted to
elementary and character building programs, to me,
That
that
is
should
under-
come under, but it could come under relationships.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the other thing about more money. I mean, we know already how much money goes into those kind of programs.
And Vashti, we are gonna include and relationships on that.
Yes.
Revised,
Yes.
right, I
Yeah,
know,
so it
we're
would be,
just talking short about.
yeah, I'm talking.
No, it's okay, I just wanna make sure that.
Yes.
Because that then, to me, is how it connects back to those mentoring programs, rather than having them be members.
So really, all that's left under safe community is being a convener, if you say that.
Yeah.
Which makes me really comfortable with being at 10% or below, frankly.
Because it really is gonna be a supporting.
Right, I mean, I don't, the only thing that I see
That's
that
where I
that,
am on that. The reason, so I can go less than 15, the reason I had that as my lowest one. Not that it's less important, but that we were serving primarily as the convener role. And we were coordinating with DCF and.
And that's
J,
good balance,
and
it's
laws.
also.
They already have.
Cities to work on,
the only thing from that I think we said.
We don't have any money.
Right.
We're
Just
the
convener.
convener. Yeah.
You may have, this may impact staffing, because from my experience, when you have that kind of function, and that's not the only one, there's also the resource guide and navigation thing, is that takes a fair amount of work, and you may need to have a staff member, or at least a large part of a staff member that supports this, and I think that's probably more than you could do. I mean, it honestly, what I found in the organizations I'm in, is that person is the one that keeps it going. Whoever is the convener is the one that keeps the meetings happening and keeps the flow going, and if you don't have somebody doing that, it won't happen. Truly.
And I'm glad.
And I also think that, while everything is important, right? Part of what we also, I think our recommendation from the listening to is everything isn't gonna happen all at once.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a strategic plan. We need to talk about what that in terms of, phases of a strategic plan. So it won't be taxing on all staff all at once. It'll be phased in as the trust will grow, so will, as our strategic plan will flush out. We may have to come back and change some of the things in our strategic
Priorities
plan.
will change.
So I think we need to keep that in mind as well. I don't want to be afraid of what we recommend right now, if I'm making sense to you all. I think we state what we want the trust to be. As we begin the process, we will determine if maybe we were too broad and we need to bring it back in. Or, hey, all of these things are really, we're as country. We're cooking with grease, it's going really well. And maybe we need to add, maybe we need to add more. That could be more programs, more staff. As the trust grows, we'll be bringing in more grants. So, you see where I'm going with it?
So.
Everybody, no, that. Okay. Okay, so I'll touch this.
Well, I know about it, so we'll get back to the whole thing. I think.
So what I'm going to do is, all right, so this is what this is, just based off of the discussion to this moment, right? Which is interesting because of the earlier conversation, there was a part that we thought was gonna be a little more complicated, and it was actually really easy because of the age and just the way we really rounded out the discussions of,
We have 10-10, not 20.
Yeah.
oh, sorry about that. Okay,
Yeah.
the discussion around making sure that this was a 0 to 18. Okay, so,
We should update now when she.
Okay,
okay,
But thank you.
so.
I know.
So this and this is what we're gonna talk about. In our next part of the conversation, is that this would be a shift. This would be a shift in emphasis compared to the current budget, right? So first, we want to make sure that what we're seeing makes sense. Then we will just kind of take maybe a 5-minute break and start to come in and talk about what will this actually mean? And because that would give us time to really, actually, we need to go back and make an adjustment, that's gotta be 15, or right, because we have to start to understand what are the risks and challenges that come in with if we make this our decision point. Then we'll get to you and I'll come to you immediately after I finish this one little piece. Okay? Because I was just having to be sitting there. So. And I think, and see, Nikki has updated the strategy. So now we can see what we were, the two have become one. Born, remain healthy, parentheses, with nurturing supportive caregivers and relationships. So really setting it up to be able to, one, to draw on the existing literature about the importance of multi-generational strategies, right? Just really putting you in a position. So when you put out that call, there's so much evidence, right? And support for this approach within those sub kind of strategies, then we can start to talk about, well, this piece gets this piece gets this, right? All children can learn what they need to be successful. It does include out of school activities. We have that currently at 30%. That also includes a wide range, right? Because we're talking about BPK, we're talking about after school. I think that's the basketball. It's on, yeah, that might be in the last one, but it's still a wide range. Then all children live in a safe community, we currently have it 10%. I think one of the ways that you can think about this is that it's going to be the convening, and because the out of school activities is under learn, this could be like a subset that particularly focus on violence prevention, right? So it's not all of the out of school activities, but it's a specific set of out of school activities whose intervention program is focused on violence prevention. So when you put out the call around learn, or when you put out something for after school activities, you could say it can be an and, right? And then that's how you're thinking about where the dollars come from the top, right? Like this one's violence prevention, this one's just regular after school. So, but knowing that you have the ability to cover both.
I don't think you can separate those. I mean, I think Pat's comment about just moving that up into,
All of that.
Yeah, I mean, all of it is supposed to be violent. You're keeping them off the streets. I mean, you're engaging in, okay, you guys know better.
Christy, please put words with your head.
If I'm following, I think what you were suggesting is to move a specific program up to. When you say move them all down to.
No. Under all children live in safe communities, there's two I call direct service components. One is that full time, and the other is mentoring and care team building. what I heard Pat say is that those two strategies really would be up under where the other out-of-school activity, which is all children can learn what they need to be successful.
Repeat the two again, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
It's like,
It's-
I'll look for that.
It is,
Oh. Out of
It's-
school,
out of school
out of
time.
school time appears twice, Christie. It's-
Oh, so out of school
And
time is
then-
only undergo to, out of school time is only under, our children can learn what they need to be
Yeah,
successful.
it's just looks like that's right.
Okay, yeah, so that, it
That's
is,
why.
yeah.
In my,
Yeah.
Elementary and character building, I was thinking could be under one because it's about relationships, right?
It is about building
Not,
relationships,
not
and it's
just for
about,
the long term, but whatever you all think that's from.
yeah.
I think
So
I
right now,
can-
we have it under, 4, because it also dealt with trying to, I think, prevent delinquency and truancy, so that's why.
Sure, so,
Yeah.
and but like Marcia was saying, I agree, I think that over time, like what we're saying, the part of the RFP is constructed, it can address one of the other, right?
yeah, the only reason why I'm saying this is I'm looking back at the percentage allocations and I went through real quickly and put a D by things that are direct
Yeah.
programs and things that are S support. And in general, in my view, but you know, when you implement it, make a difference, the support things are gonna be way less expensive. Because it's collaboration, and unless you say something about that, we want to do something unique that we found out needs to happen with. The support program, most of your money is really gonna go into direct programming. So having said that, if you look at what is under remain healthy, currently it's under remain healthy. You've got access to comprehensive care. That's a system thing. Although there are people involved with that system, and I don't know if the trust, for example, would invest in navigators. Care coordination, navigation, those are system changes. The trust is not the only person in that network. There's a lot going on with that, but it's a support. It's not direct programming. Dual comprehensive services for children with special needs and doula services, those are direct programs. Different kind of RFP, I guess is what I'm saying, different kind of. So not a lot of money in that one right now. Then if you look at the one you combined it with, nurturing supported maternal health programs, that's a direct. Family resource centers, that's a support. You know, the major player in that is Partnership for Strong Families. That doesn't mean that the trust can't fund perhaps some staff there, but strategic partnerships for universal supports, that's a support system. Trauma-informed programming, that is direct. That's a direct program, but again, not necessarily that expensive. You're paying for the programming. So where I'm heading with this, Ken, is that if you combine those two, the way we've got it structured right now, it may not really meet 50% of the resources, the dollar resources. But
I'm in favor of ensuring at least, you know, when I look at some of what we're currently doing, that number, we're not going below 50%. Because when we talk to, I mean, one of the examples you provided is the resource center.
yeah,
There's a lot of money going there. And a lot of support needed.
okay, well, that's
There,
good.
even though it is a support and they are the lead because they have implemented the model. But the funding potential.
So you're thinking maybe even other resource centers than those that a partnership has set up?
Could potentially be.
The other thing that is kind of a dollar thing is that whole resource system, information, blah, 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 blah. We don't know really what that's gonna cost to make that work here. You know, we know it hasn't worked. It's different. So is that gonna require having a full-time person feeding that? It may. So you're right. I mean, I think that's a good idea. I'm just
Yeah.
pointing out that there's, you know.
Yeah.
Ken,
So you want to go back to the 50-30-10 thing?
yes,
I guess the question I have is, this does not include admin. So our staff.
that is in a separate bucket.
So when you say professional development, what does that mean?
That is for the community. So that is, training and supports for early childhood teachers.
So we heard that you were financing like the business leadership institute.
Right.
And so you would see that as a cross-cutting, you, as I understood, it would be able to, and childcare centers who wanted to go ahead and strengthen their operations, you know, by strengthening their operations.
Yeah.
It should have an impact on quality.
Absolutely, better all the time and us identifying different programs and trainings that would benefit not only the staff, but also the youth that are enrolled in the programs. And so it would be a partnership with us that we would put in our contracts that contractors are required to, you know, allow us to bring in different training opportunities.
So that's
how I felt.
enhancing capacity and system type
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Well, and the.
So, well, and then incubation is just a flyer.
Yes.
New program, what's that mean?
Something new, innovative that we don't necessarily. fully-
Yeah, so incubation to me, I mean, I have a fear that 30 is not enough for two. And that it should be 35. And I don't know if the rest of the group feels that way, but because I really feel like 85, when we are messaging out, 85% seems like a really great number to message out. And I have a big fear about after school that it's just
Yes.
not enough. And we shouldn't be really risking taxpayer dollars. Incubation should be like a small percentage, less than 5%, just from a public money perspective. The professional development system enhancement capacity, great. But I feel like, I almost feel like we need to make that 35 and 5, between 2 and 4. But I also don't know if we are really, if we move what Pat said on the third goal, if we move out of school time and mentoring up to 2, then the community safety convener really could maybe be less than 10. So I guess my point here is I'd like Gray to be 85%. How we get there should come from 3 and 4, and I don't want to cut safety out of our community if we're doing things like Sherry. I see Sherry. Yes, I see Sherry there, and I've been advocating for her program for 3 years because we haven't funded anything to be, you know, but maybe it's because we just haven't thought about it. So I don't know if the rest of the group feels the way I feel about that second bullet being more than 30, but I feel like we need to think.
Well, where would Sherry's mental health go? Now. Under this structure, would be number 1.
It's,
Well, if we do,
it's under one.
if we moved it under 1, then I'm great. Then safety may be
It's,
5%.
yeah, it's under,
I've always thought that as under 3. So if it's under 1, then I feel even stronger about 3 being less than 10. Because
under
it's,
one.
it's strictly, yeah, 5.
Well,
Make
and the
number
reason I'm
2
saying that is I think publicly, you gotta say safe, and even though we know that safety is built into the first 2.
But here's what, as a county commissioner, when I think of safety, I think of ASO, I think of county commission programs, I think of Gainesville GPD, I think of DCF, I think of all these other things. But the trust really doesn't have the capacity, the resources to do, but they need to be telling us to do it. Hey, y'all, focus on gun safety. You know, what, we know it's important. Y'all go do that. But they don't need to do it. They need to be telling the other organizations. Or at least acknowledging that it's their responsibility. It's ASO and GPD's responsibility to keep our community safe. That's like their whole budget.
So if you did 15.5 at the bottom, that could put 40 at number 2.
If you did what? 15? No, not 15.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Oh, that's right. 15.5, I moved it up.
I think another consideration in terms of, I hear you saying that last 10%, right? One of the other pieces of those incubation, they're gonna fall within those other strategies. So what you could do is just say, once we put out and we've gotten the core programming that we need, oh, we have X numbers of dollars to consider some new and innovative items. And they come out of there overarching, but you might end up finding out, we use all of the 50% in the wellness category, so we can't do innovation or incubation this
I
time.
mean, I like
Doesn't
that.
mean we won't do it next time.
Yeah, I mean, and I would almost add community before professional. So the community professional development, like when I look at professional development, I think of that. And
Yeah.
that's not what it is. It's system and community professional development. capacity. And if we push incubation up as a percentage of the loss, then maybe we can get the 95, and then we can do 50-40, 55-35.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and think about the listening report too, the listening tour we just did. The community really spoke a lot about safety, even though GPD and all these other groups, but we're saying this is an opportunity for us to be innovative now. We're gonna do something a little different. That's what we're telling the community. We're gonna respond back to them saying we're gonna do. So we gotta.
So you like safety at 10?
I just think, I don't know that we want to drop it anymore, but I mean, that's up to you guys.
Well, and safety could be a lot of things.
Yeah.
Because we're just thinking, but it could be, educational events that we're signing, right?
Yeah.
So it's,
Are you saying, I'm sorry, I'm a little behind, if we took out number 4, but directed staff that under the first
We
3,
took out the innovation of number 4, we moved it into the programming.
okay, but it still would have to be something that staff would know. I mean, I'm just saying this in terms of how do you fund innovative things if you know that they're really not able to do it on their own? It is really sort of it's a startup generally.
It's
Right.
a, yeah.
It is
I
a
mean,
startup.
in my experience, if you put out a funding opportunity for innovative ideas, you're supporting kind of the startup. It's not a full-blown program.
It
It
becomes a
might,
goal
you
out
know,
of this.
Okay, well, that's what I was trying to
Yeah.
say. If you made that a specific priority for staff, knowing though, that some of those folks are gonna need to help filling out proposals too. And a lot of times they've got great ideas, they just, they're like one person that doesn't necessarily have that skill set.
Can I share with you another CSE? What they would do is if they got to a certain point in the year with their expenditures. Naturally, a lot of organizations will often have under expenditures, the staff member left, they can fill the vacancy for however long. They're gonna have dollars sitting there. There was one CSE that then looked at some of those under expended dollars and they created what they call their Great Ideas Initiative. And those were the funds that for the community, they said, which then also, so it's not some of those things where you can say, wait a second, there are some opportunity spaces, and then to your point, there absolutely was some then capacity building that went alongside that.
Now, let me take a flyer. Yeah, that's really good.
So there are ways to do it, and you can then connect it to, so it can be as broad as what are your great ideas that will serve children in Native 18, or you can be even more specific within a specific strategy. And say, what are the great ideas? What are they? I will tell you that it sounds really good. It gets complicated very quickly because oftentimes you're then talking micro grants.
Yes.
And folks will then tell you it's really hard to have a great idea with a micro grant. So but you can do it.
I also think, I hear what you say, but I also think if you move from 10 to 5 on 3. It basically reveals that we are a committee, that we are not a direct funding, that we are relying on the community. As a coordinator, and I mean, I can go either way, I'm not that tied to it, but, I know where this is now going, which is the dollars, and I have a fear that 2 is underfunded.
Agreed.
Because I've heard it in the last meeting, we're gonna hear it in the next meeting, we're gonna hear it in every meeting, and, so I just wanted to.
Just kind of keep in mind the listening tour report, because some of this was in there, and I think we were talking about being a little creative and innovative and making sure that we're hitting, putting some extra dollars in those spots. But again, I'm not.
The innovative piece, though, I really like what Nikki said. We're not getting rid of it, we're just funding it, we're funding it within a group as opposed to a headline item of the strategy.
So can we just think for a second, what if you move capacity building down to 5%? Roughly how much money would that be?
Think of as a mature trust, right now it's 7 million, but think of 9 to 10 million, so just big round numbers, every 10% is a million. It's not because we have the admin piece, but it's between 750 and
So I would definitely go down on the community capacity building. You're gonna be paying people to provide training classes. you would be working with the community foundation to provide business support.
5% would be 3 to 4.
The
Yeah,
trust
that's
is
fine.
already
I think,
expended
I-
700,000.
We need probably a little bit under $400,000 based on the
Yeah.
current programming allocation.
would River Phoenix fit into that? For example?
They could,
Good.
they could.
Is that enough that would do like kind of stuff that Sherry's organization might do? River Phoenix? It could.
So what we're gonna do right now, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Actually, we're okay. For the drinks.
So yes, so the answer is yes, you could have done that.
Let's take it out. Oh, we're gonna take a big break.
We have not finalized the discussion. Yeah. Come back with the mic, so we're giving you 15 minutes to probably.
We're all done and we finalize anything.
Yeah. We're going back.
So what we are going to be doing next is a little bit of small group work. Because otherwise we probably wouldn't have enough time to get through the next piece. But what we want to acknowledge is that the direction that we're moving in is a shift for the trucks, right? The decisions that we have made to this point are not identical to the present. And we need to be prepared for a couple of things. One is ensuring that the trust board understands why we consider these to be the opportunities, the greatest opportunities for impact. And also what the challenges and risks are. In particular, what are gonna be those hard questions they're gonna come from the board when we present this plan, right? Additionally, this is really important for how you address community questions and concerns. When this plan is ready to be implemented, that is going to mean that there are certain people who are receiving funding now who may not receive funding in the future, or whose funding will not be at the same level. There will be certain pieces of the work that we will have shifted your priority. Okay, so in order to do that, we need to make sure that there is a clear understanding of how to have those conversations and that we're on the same page as far as why we're doing what we're doing. So since we combined the two go together, let's break it into 3 groups. If you want, you can stay kind of like at your tables, and maybe the folks that are here at the table with Nikki and I can just kind of pull a chair around and join one section for everyone. We don't have to do like a counting thing or anything like that. So we will, I'm not, I know certain people have certain areas of expertise, but we're all in this together, okay? So what Nikki and I have done is we have this strategy document now. This is where we are at this moment. The ratings based on potential for impact, along with the potential, with the allocation percentage, and then what age group would be impacted by that work. In parentheses, under the allocation percentage, what you're seeing is a approximate number. It's not hard, these are not exact, but based off of the current.
Did you move 2 to 35? Or keep it at 30?
You know what, I think I did this before, we did it.
You know what though?
Hold on.
Didn't we talk about? Well, we were talking during the break. How much are we currently spending on the capacity building piece? We're spending more than that now.
But that's the conversation.
You're gonna compare, if you were to take this approach compared to what you're currently doing.
Okay.
Where does that leave you?
It's all
And is your rationale strong enough to justify it?
because part of the capacity building is actually feeding into supporting number 2.
Right.
So.
It is the 35. It is, the number is the 35. We just need to change it to say 35.
So 2.7 million?
Yeah.
2.7 million is 35?
Yes. So what you have in your handouts, you have, this budget document, the program awards and expenses budget allocation for May 2023. In the first column, you can see the funding allocations for where we are right now, as of May 2023. This is not an exact one-to-one, because there are some things in the different goals that we've kind of rearranged and changed. But you will be able to see some numbers, some big numbers in each one of these goals that will allow you to see what we propose is going to be different than where we are now. So what I would like you to do in your small groups is bullet point out a couple places why we are doing this. This is a little bit of what we talked about already, so it should hopefully be top of mind. Why did we decide that Florida remain healthy and having nurturing supportive caregivers was our greatest opportunity? And what is the risk or challenge we may face because by increasing our allocation in this area? That might be, it might be, oh, we don't look like it's gonna be a big challenges, or because another group is gonna be doing the learn, the learning goal, and they're gonna be asking themselves, what are the challenges and opportunities of funding this work at 35% of our current program allocation, which means it may require us to reconfigure some of the work that we've done in this area, right? Because at least for right now, looking at the current budget, and there's some overlap, right? So right now, one of the strategies that exist is expand access to high quality, it's childcare, after school and summer programs. So those are all in one area that's funded at about $3.3 million. If we put the children and youth can learn what they need to be successful, and at 35%, that gets us to 2.7 million. What does that mean for the work moving forward, for the community? What are the risks we need to be prepared for? What are the challenges we potentially are looking at for community impact? Because you're gonna need to be able to answer those questions. Okay, and so
And for this sheet, we should combine 1 and 3 goals as
Right.
one.
yes, because one, which has most of the, what children can learn, what they need to be successful. And then, well, 3 is and on this sheet is safety. If you're looking at the,
Now, on this sheet,
yeah,
3 is the nurturing,
Right,
and supportive care.
oh,
it total could bottom thirty.
Oh, it's not aligning.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways, thank you. I was reading, reading wrong, so the little time here. Okay. So
The goal is up.
the goal is under, yeah. So, yeah, probably gonna to.
At the heart of this activity is saying, do we feel solid in this?
But just to clarify, what you're asking us is, we have 3.9 million budget as of May for goal 2. Explain why it's okay to move that to 2.7. That's what you're saying. We have, for
And what-
goal 1, we have 640 plus 579.
Right.
Explain why it's important to triple that funding to 3.8. Yeah,
Yes,
that's a big lift.
that's
You
big.
want us to do that?
So we're gonna do that right now.
And that's the intention.
1, 2, 3, but I'm like, just because you said that. we're doing
Why
one.
should I combine them?
Yeah.
No. Y'all did. 1A, 1B.
Yes.
So the percentage of that?
No, okay. Don't do it yet, but that's what I anticipate. The possibility is working through this exercise will make us understand if the numbers we suggested were correct for where we need to be. Yes.
Can I ask a question? Is there a reason why that has to be in small groups?
Because if we try to because we don't think we will have the time in our 2 hours to do this exercise and the rest, if we do it, everybody go by it.
Well, that's not what I meant. What I want to me, I mean, I hate to say this, and you guys are better with this. I don't know what's behind some of these numbers. So I don't know what programs, and it might be helpful if this was led by somebody and even having a spreadsheet, moving things around and all together. That to me would be helpful. I don't know. I don't understand, for example, why there's a 2.1, there's 2 numbers for 2.1. I see.
I need that level of detail.
I actually think it's more
I
complicated.
don't think we need
Yeah.
that level of detail.
Yeah, I think it's actually more complicated, because I would argue that the biggest number in goal 2 is strategy 2.2. And I would argue that there are components of those programs that could be allocated, and I see Chrissy shaking her head, up into 1.
Right,
And it's almost,
that's what's behind.
yeah, I feel like it's almost, we need staff's expertise here to help us move these numbers into those. And I don't know if they're actually properly reflected on this spreadsheet.
So I think there's 2 things. And I hear what you're saying, so I'm trying to think about how to honor those concerns, but also want you to recognize that part of this process and this new strategy is that you are not married to anything that you're currently funding. And I know that's like, it could be like a lot to take into.
I'm with you.
right? That could, because, right, that part of that, right, like.
Not necessarily how that strategy.
Who got the, because when the new call for proposal goes or RFP goes out. It doesn't mean that the person who was awarded it 2 years ago is gonna have the same proposal, the same capacity, the same ability to implement in 2024. And someone else with a different program may be the person who ends up getting that award. So in general, you could think about kind of like maternal child health programs, but you don't want to necessarily be like, well, we supported healthy families at $200,000, so we have to make sure that $200,000 is there, because what if healthy families doesn't get the contract, right? So think less about the individual programs / organizations, because you can't let that be the driving factor for how you make your strategy decisions.
If you do it the reverse, oftentimes you will lock yourself into replicating, which exactly what is done. And so we're asking you to hold from the orientation of what do we think are the strategies that will truly, based on the research, based on what we've heard, based on what we know, that'll help us get there. And then you will make that information available through your RFP process, and then organizations who have that capacity will figure out what do they align for, or what, what they apply for. But it gets a little, we've seen where if we start looking at individual programs, it will very easily just reproduce what you have.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you got it.
yeah,
So while this, and like, as you can see, it's like, you take a breath, because we're thinking,
we're talking about, yes.
because as someone now who's on the side of the program, it's like, don't take my money, right? Right, like, I know that, like, please, we need to keep doing our work, where's it gonna come from, right? Those are the questions the program people are thinking about, even like listening to a conversation like this can bring anxiety for folks who are on the implementation side. But what you have to think about is that you've created a North Star of how can we have the best impact on this county and support of children and families. And if this is the direction that we want to go in, we have to hold true to what we believe is going to be most impactful. And then that means we may have some really challenging conversations coming our way in the next year or so. So and if you're in it and you're like really stuck or confused, me and Nikki are going to be moving. And if we need to, pop over to Christy and be like, hey, can you give us a little insight on this and this? We will do that for you. Okay, but for now, we want you to tackle this the hard way. We're gonna do 20 minutes. We will come and check on you in 15 minutes to see how you're doing, as well as just kind of working the room in the process. And then we're gonna report out goal by goal. So that way the rest of the room gets to give input and hear from how they landed where they did.
And so if I can just add some prompts that we would like you to be able to report out, right? So the rationale behind, right? So why is this the way it is? We want to continue to bolster and strengthen it, but this is now like almost to that size, like you're trying to do like the smallest version of a SWOT analysis you do, right? So you were going to be telling us, this is the rationale, these are the strengths, but then we are particularly interested in what are the weaknesses and the threats, and how does this rationale help to overcome the weakness and the threats? So that is an important frame, because from this point, it only gets harder, right? And you know that all too well. So when you report out, you want to be able to say, yeah, and your report out might be, yeah, we think our numbers need to change a bit, right? Like, and these are the reasons why we saw this weakness, we saw this threat. There's no way to get around that. We will undermine our whatever, right? Or it might be, no, this is it. We think we can hold here. This is why we do know this part of community, that whatever it is going to see this as problematic, but we believe our rationale is strong enough as a response. So we are going to do this in 20 minutes.
And I'm gonna start with Dr. Snyder. You and this table, circle up, if anybody can just pull around, from Nikki and I's table, you all are gonna have, strategy number 1, our wellness strategy around, healthy children, babies and kids, and nurturing and supportive caregiver, which is currently at 50%. This table.
We're not doing 1 and 1 and 3. That's 1 in 3, correct. Their group is 1 in 3.
We probably mixed them up.
Yes.
They probably should be a great point.
All right. I was trying to look at you, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just because they overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so.
Get me out of here.
Yeah.
Marsha, to help us out with these arrangements. real quick.
No, actually. Ken, I will say Carol, Candace. Christie.
I came together this morning, y'all don't like.
And then Cheryl,
Yeah.
Liz. Okay. I'll join this crowd. Okay, did I, you remind me where we are?
Yeah, I think you said it. So we have a staffer, a board member, and a civilian.
Okay.
You're
Right, so you all are strategy, new strategy, also going to use board and remain healthy and everything for caregiver.
And I think on this that you're.
Sure, you're. This and on paper. I have 1 to 3. Somebody got it. So
I still need one more.
No.
no, I think you're. You and I are civilians. We can do 100%.
You're civilian.
Yeah.
No, this 2, and here's 3.
Oh, okay, okay, so we're good. Oh, we need 1 more person upstairs. You're gonna pay for this. You'll go with that. Okay, so you all have all children and youth to learn what they need to be successful. This is a big one. This is where, this is the one I'm mostly encouraged with.
Okay, we could go ahead and bring it down.
Yeah. Yes. And the RP is out right now for part of it. So that's what it is. So I need.
I think what we are.
We're waiting, so I need y'all. Yes, it was really kindly waiting on like this. For me to be responsible. So, knowing one, because our kid goes out.
All right, so the rationale is.
No, it's not, right?
It's not multi-year, it has a potential to year. It's not multi-year because.
Okay, so we did, okay, at least that works.
But I thought it was someone.
And I think it was more.
You guys know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right. So, you all. And then the next slide for the foundations. So. Right now. I mean, 10%. Agree with that, and I think when we say that.
So the interesting
We kind of have to stick right now. And then what are the things talking about? There are several comments in this conversation with the public, with our community, I think it's foundation. If we're gonna fund it, then this is what we expect of the organization. This is strategy 2, right?
Yes. We actually.
Yes, and that's one of the biggest part around what your money goes to. It was really conversations. But then we also have some other, you know, which is right at $500 million. And so if there is a question. Rationale for making this 30%. And yeah.
So can I ask a question? I've heard, but I wasn't gonna say. And it was one of the just like trusting them literacy with things like their cash. Right now, this is what we're.
Which is the, you know, how it's implemented, not the fact that it was a focus, focal point. how it would be implemented.
So we're running from.
Writer said.
Yeah.
Approximately. And we wanted it out, and it also, this is the right, that there's that.
And so I'll check still programs and that.
They get done.
Yeah, we just, what are you going for? I think what's kind of was set of the of requirements of that is being treated more. One of the things.
Yeah, it's to me, instead of it being a survey, it's strongly encouraged, doesn't mean that.
But also during. So it doesn't even get extra point.
To get the maximum of it. Yes, because you wanna find more of those that were. Y'all wanna bring in some of those.
So right now, I'm gonna, the only two things that, for what are.
Well, to me, the biggest argument for reducing. Instead of tree funding here. Goes into the.
Well, so, yeah, it's a thing that- that- I'm not putting money in there, but yeah, it's not what it is.
For changing. And we have to secure that.
Well, and when I was trying to rank this, I was.
I mean, that's the difference between one or two, we have.
And I feel like.
So we have to focus on the areas of age. or limits.
Yeah.
And that's really the about the virus. Yeah,
Right, we are strangers.
So we're not using. That's what I think.
For what?
So we have requirements.
We are.
Earlier. That's not Irish.
But I see go on a lot of it. Not just that. So we're not starting again and make it.
I mean, what it would be. Well, I mean, I'm just mentioning what he says, you have to do that. But it's a combination of all of it. It's in order for us to actually communicate, say, well,
So maybe like them and down.
we put that, like, I think someone is using it, they don't. The practice, you know, is so hot itself.
This is a really
Okay.
So this doesn't just.
Somebody share, I think I like what we got.
That's fine.
Well, that would be a good outcome. Is that the combination, we got that, and that's what we're going to well, it's expensive. So I don't think.
I made it for you. That's right. Not on the
That is true, but I think you can also look at your, you know, how this is in certain areas, but we. And that, we don't have to fund every, so that we can fund 25, so. Because there is, you know, anything like. And so we can. I don't think we take a lot out of it.
Another group.
But,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, exactly. I should mention that because I think that, yeah, but if we establish right now initiatives around really.
I don't know. Be determining at this moment how much is really, but most, more we look at a
Zip code, you know.
press, and what we have is, you know, some of the information and the eventually spread that.
Put them all in jail.
Let's make it exciting, right? At the moment, how much that can be.
Some type of, you know, I mean, say to me.
But I go back with that. Responsibility.
No, I think, yeah, absolutely, because I misunderstood, really, kids get you're saying that. That's me not there.
Well, what I'm saying is.
So that they're not, I'm everything where you know, you're like, oh, I don't know, it's all like, but I'd be part there in here, and they have one more time to be able to have their own, not I found and then so they're gonna change it. They don't give me a job. So I mean, I got one, that's not happening, so that's not. Well, if I completely agree, but, and you know, all to them, you say, oh, it's the big program, and say, that's why I'm saying, I'm not to go along that, you know. So I mean, and I know that's, I think the best we want is, I want to be on that turn, it will not become a. So, well, I guess what I like about before is that this, so they have a pushback on backlash, because basically 100,000 all the way child housing, not just your place, do we through not take, but we have to let those things get less frequently, still have based on it. That's correct. And you're going to have to set us it's a series that you
I think we've been our amounts. I think one thing that we've done every year when we say, increasing it, I think we have to get comfortable saying that this is our amount, what we can do. And once we reach that number, that's all we have. Because I'm going to remember that once it goes get funded, doesn't mean that we can't go away altogether. So that also doesn't mean that there aren't whether it's opportunities for maybe because there are not just that for that.
Right, so what you're saying is, we're not just funding in this area, we have expanded how we do one and three.
Well, that was a big part of what we're getting. Well, that's how I signed up for it. Program based on that.
So this,
So what's the done for somebody to
supported, the first part.
Yes, yes. At first, on how to be, how to be, how to identify your purpose. You got a certain amount of people set up those people, they are first like teenagers, there's a percent of them about this type of salaries for help with their so.
Yeah.
They not just told you.
You have that information.
I mean, it can just like much way.
Yeah, and it's, yeah.
I like that a lot. See, that's when I was reaching fun, we are doing this in a check out area, which is. Which has been standing early.
Not only that, so we have something about the session, but I'm not sure all to themselves. In this leadership.
Exactly, exactly.
Well, I mean, under the. That's what I was saying.
Very cheap, we get.
Feel like they have a, so I was thinking about the building and what they think about necessarily the model possibility of each other. It's not like which is that honestly hard to be able to and so they find so the director. Because otherwise, is I go to children. That is.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Outside.
That's Jack provided already.
Raise money. So we get sponsorship for that. Yeah.
That's why.
Leaving their house.
Something that probably that's horrible.
Feeling like. So they see that, but if not, maybe they're, so we fund an organization.
Well, no, we do, because we, you know, we're involved in a lot here.
Yes, it's because you can't fund. Maybe you don't have, they're closed, but provide them like, you can take that now. Just like.
And I did not like down to that now. But it did on and you're saying that's where. Well, you have a one all. Exactly.
But I also think so. I'm glad they want to have the rationale, what we've done. We can sit down and raise all of the board based on that.
Yes, yeah. Here's the way you said earlier, which is now they're living flushing their salaries. And we may have to look at. But basically, it's still fun, but the hosting houses pay for half of it. So they basically, they see that.
Are they on track? They're meeting on it.
Right.
You know, are they? So that. Elementary.
There's a way of, I think what we have to say is we have to show that,
Yes.
but it's still.
Remember?
Oh, absolutely.
Or maybe we can use twice as many.
They're looking in, like, and having this session, you know, like. Say, spray, okay, spray. Thank you. Yes, 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 so I don't know.
As an example of
In
getting.
to answer your question, if they're going all this, they might be going to, but you know, the teachers talking up saying, yeah. Like, when they're getting stuff, so they were.
They're not always writing, for example, we just write them in a way that they don't have to write them. They wouldn't have what they figure out what gaps are.
That's a good idea. There's.
That's.
Yeah, so those areas were too, kids are not doing it, so maybe look at a zip code. And maybe navigate or something to find out which, all these schools and find out what it's at.
I'll mention.
Set up. I don't think kids have it. But I think we have that.
Yeah, there's I just got this lady wants to be social media friendly to teenagers. I love that. Because these kids are posting pictures, they're posting guns, they don't realize that they can get in trouble for that, right? And since they don't know this, they're, so it's something like this. Yeah. They don't. He's gonna go to jail. One of and it can be calling years, a lot of times, so working with that's what I'm hearing. So that.
So we've got. I know,
Yes.
Yeah.
We're gonna come back.
I'm sure you'll speak up when I can't. But I mean, I think that's why it's very well practiced. We should have heard loud and clear from the years. And so I think there is a process, but I think there's more.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, you know, we're the same, we got some safety and the thing is, wow, and I.
Yeah.
So.
One sale in town.
Because
Because they don't.
Yeah.
You know, that's their. Yeah, what's the, their, yeah, you know, and I don't think.
They're never. They're just. That shows on the types. Suicide. It's like. Like, me, or yellow. And social media, they said. Yeah.
I just mentioned.
So that's. Meeting was. And it's really. Well. They don't put a light.
Your mind was.
Some of these. What? Because they have small. They have small was much there. Whatever. We are in part of his lab and helping them. With maybe, you know. He's got a tree, he has.
Yeah, because I mean, like, if we were doing it, yeah, you should live in stuff in the sun. Like, yeah. Because they have. Smart.
And hopefully they're trying to.
Hopefully you are in a good place to share your thoughts with the large.
That's right.
Everything was perfect this way, nothing needed. So, we're gonna start with, our first group, we have our wellness objectives around children and producing the important and remain healthy and nurturing supportive caregivers and relationships. Is there a person who can share with us a synopsis of your conversation, including the why and then what you consider to be?
You know how people do this, right? I'll start, but they promised they would add. Okay. So the rationale we said was that it will help bolster messages and our belief and evidence about the importance of birth to age, before birth to 18. It will also support an overall emphasis on well-being, which would include the two parts, 1A and formerly known as 1A and 1B. That this particular goal provides the foundation for every other stage of development, learning, and well-being that follows. Christy brought up that she thinks it will help with messaging, the continuity that we all care about from birth to 18, where we center children and families. However, that's defined at the center, and we wrap around and make sure that continuity happens at every stage or age. And then again, the integration of the health, mental health, and well-being. Did I miss anything about that? No.
Just in that it really allows us to take a systemic
Yeah.
look at this strategy, this area.
Thanks, and that was important. Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just, this is gonna be one of those ones that we know these are so important, but I'm gonna ask you to most likely repeat them twice just to make sure we get everything on this one.
Yeah, this is really good.
I don't know if I can say the same thing twice, but I'll try.
But
Is it not being recorded?
Birth to 18, the idea of the birth to 18, the well-being piece, encompassing health, mental health, and well-being. That combining these two sets the foundation for everything that follows at every stage. for children, and that positioning it from birth to 18 and the foundation and wrapping things around children's and youth and families rather than thinking about it as programs, which relates to Christie's notion around the systemic focus. Continuity, we talked about from birth to 18, and again, the integration of health, mental health, and well-being.
Perfect. That is. What you all-
Weaknesses. Yeah. Weaknesses / risk, too much lumped together. Although we talked about, you know, the potential opportunity, as you all mentioned, to kind of chunk underneath. And Marcia brought up that that also could become a little bit muddled in unintended ways if we're not careful. And so we talked about how we could be strategic to address the strategies and impacts. Other things we said about weaknesses.
I think that's important.
Yeah, and then we did threats. Do you want to? Yeah. So we said, and I'll start, and then I know Marcia and Christy both have things to add. We talked about alignment, the importance of alignment. And by that, what we mean is combining means, if we combine, it means we have that understanding and support among the board, the staff, and the community. And we know that's a huge threat. So we talked about some of the things that we've learned through listening and having more participation of stakeholders, board, staff, this whole activity from beginning, when we were with our first facilitator through the listening project that we fought really hard to make sure it happened, to what we're doing now with all of you, to really embrace this as a way that we want to behave moving forward on the staff, the board, and the community.
Yeah, we discussed DashCon and making our board meeting about a week ago. The board had provided direction to staff to add something to our after school RFP. Staff did that. At the board meeting, there was some pushback from our providers from community, and the board then did not move forward with the things that we were supposed to add into the RFP process. And so at the end, you know, we as staff felt some kind of way about it. Like family, you don't always agree, right? But the direction is the direction. And so as we move forward with this process, I think, again, if we are not aligned, right, then there will be more of those kinds of things that happen where board will have, we, the collective, the trust will have a direction, right, that the board and the staff, we say we're going. Community then will come in, and community may, as passions get, you know, ignited, may feel differently, and we potentially could derail what we're doing. So we think it's very important that we communicate with all parties, staff, board, and community, and our providers, as we are moving this forward to ensure that everybody understands what our goals are.
And time is a threat to that, because I do fully believe that Marcia and Christy would have solicited input if the timeline wasn't so quick.
And then we talked about like thinking about, Marcia made the analogy about the trust being in its toddler stage, and I was sharing with Marcia, I've used a similar analogy in other contexts, and remember that toddlers are often perceived as individuals with challenging behavior, right, during that phase of development. But rather than challenging behavior, maybe thinking more about reframing, what have we done that's gone well as we've toddled, right? And what have we learned that we would do differently?
Thank you. So one of the, since you do follow-ups, I think I want to acknowledge what Marcia was talking about with the RFP. I think we'll dig into it a little bit more after we hear from all the groups, because I think there'll be an opportunity to really kind of reflect on how we prepare for the board meeting after we kind of get through everyone's report back. I just want to make sure that that moment wasn't missed, because that's going to be core to, you get a plan, it's great, right? It's fine, but in many ways, like, it's a piece of paper, right? It's just a document. The implications of what that means is going to be directly related to how you understand what's behind that document and how you can tell the story about what it is and why it exists, right? So when you present it to the board, it's not only, here's what we have in our strategic plan, it's here's all the work we put into it, and here are the facts. Here's the research, here's the community input. This is how all of those things got us here. And so, because there's going to be, and also being prepared when, because there's always going to, when there's a change, there are going to be people who are disappointed, right? Like, change is hard, change doesn't always feel good. And with finite resources means everybody can't get everything they need, unfortunately. So when folks come up and say, like, this is how important our program is, these are some of the kids that we serve, like, any of those things can happen, right? And you're sitting there and the board is like, we can't take money away from this. But you have to be able to stand firm on why you made the choices you made, even though you don't want to do it either. But if we make this decision, here's the implication it has for the choices that we made about our direction and what we want to do. And you need to be able to have folks who are your advocates, right? On the side of where you're going as well. And so that piece around getting that alignment and building that support is going to be critically important to the success, not only in the presentation, but of the ongoing implementation of a strategic plan. So we'll come back to that later, but I just wanted to acknowledge that piece. This is really great from the first group, based off of where we landed. You guys have a big chunk, so you should probably be all right. But do you feel good about, right, the current percentage of the allocation? Do you feel like it will sufficiently allow for the trust to successfully reach the stated goals?
We didn't have a chance to reach
Okay.
consensus or talk about that, so maybe we can
Okay,
just
so
say.
let's explore that just a little bit right now. So, yes, sir.
I will say as a board member, what Pat laid out at the very beginning of the strength of this, made me feel like that is right on. Like you talked about an hour and 20 minutes ago about the trust needs to put a flag in the ground. I felt like as she was speaking, we were putting a flag in the ground. This is why we are here. I love it. And I would not reduce enough.
Which will also help with communication, by the way.
It was, yeah. I'm glad it's recorded and said twice. It was, I don't know if you felt the same way, and hopefully Tina can weigh in as a chair, but it was great. And now we have to follow that. That's bad, because we can't do it that good. We didn't, yeah.
Well, thank you, but I think that it's based on everything that we've all been saying, right? But I also think that I hope we're not going to pigeonhole programs under these things until we have a chance to see how they would fit together. In other words, you might be in one area right now, but you might get moved to a different area.
It's a living document, but as far as where we are as an organization, it's good.
That's great. So I think that as far as, looking at this area, it would mean a greater financial emphasis in this area, because like you said, based on the things that Pat outlined, is what those opportunities are, is the group kind of like, this makes sense to us, and this is where we want to continue to go. We're real confident about the allocation percentage we've stated, and the combination of those two goals. We're ready to move to the next number. Okay, I love to see it. Group number 2,
Okay.
who has altered who can learn what they need to be successful.
All right, so we didn't do a SWOT analysis, thank y'all. Yeah, and I have 5 things, and Candace and Christy can supplement or add to or
say, no, he said that wrong, which is fine. But the first one I have is kind of right after hearing our number one priority, is that we have expanded our first priority. So you told us to focus on why are we decreasing funding, which is why we are decreasing funding, because we have expanded the first to be all-inclusive, prenatal to 18, consistent, the whole family, not just a child, so we've expanded that. The second one is that it is the second priority, which is supportive of the first priority. It is by definition, the second priority. It's not the other priority, it's the second, which is supportive of the first. We are in a situation now where we have funded a lot, so this is my third point, we have funded a lot of programs, and we are no longer in a position to where we are going to be able to fund, say, 25 summer programs. We're going to have to be able to fund the best of the handful that we have resources. We can't fund everybody. Or fund a lower level of more. My fourth point was that it doesn't mean that we have to change our focus. We may just have to change how we fund our focus. So we have to rethink how we are funding things, and team work was a good example we used. Right now, we are subsidizing the entire hourly wage. Maybe what we have to think about is we are subsidizing a percentage of that wage, maybe 50% of that wage. Or we are subsidizing the provider to go out and get grants and leverage what we are providing so that they can get additional federal or state money to fund the same thing. And so we're not saying we don't want to fund the program. We're saying we may have to rethink how we fund the program to leverage us as a trust to get other monies, or maybe just we don't fund the full hourly wage. And then the last thing, which was, I thought, really the fifth thing, not the last thing, because you'll add, the fifth thing was that Candace identified this improved capacity to support special needs. And right now, that's in our second goal, and perhaps we need to think of that more systemically. That we need to think of special needs not as a separate thing, but as a part of the system of care.
All means all.
All means all.
Yeah.
So we all have to read this book called Unwanted. That's the title told me, and it's related to it. All means all. I think is a good way to think of that. But that and we may have to think about navigators as opposed to someone that can, as opposed to it's a specialized skill, and that this particular strategy may need to be moved up into the first strategy because it's more systemic and all means all. It's not a subcategory of the second strategy, which we've expanded the first category, so that actually made a lot of sense. That's it. We didn't do a SWOT analysis. What do y'all want to add?
Right, so I just wanted to say, to characterize what you said in terms of reduction, that's both reducing it, it's both a weakness and a strength because of what you just said. What if you reduce the funding that are relying on grants and more collaboration to make it happen, then it's actually efficient and in a way to tell the public that we're being smart with our funding. Right. I have, yeah, exactly. Then I have down, so it's really more like a weakness than an opportunity to help grow. Then Fred, I believe that just as you said, anytime there's change and people feel threatened because it's a public perception of things, and that can get really waved up in the community. So it's really important to stay on message. I think, you know, that whatever it is, it's going out to the community, and whatever response, it's got to be consistent on that message, I think. So I think it's a threat if it's not. And
I have nothing to say.
So, thank you. We're going to have a follow-up question I have for you all, and is wanting to hear feedback from the group, is, so there were a couple things that stood out to me that particularly that idea around, okay, there's a risk here to when we roll this out. And we're talking about potentially reducing funding, whether it's the elimination of some funding programs or people being funded at the board level. But there's an opportunity to think about funding strategies and partnerships as a way to leverage trust funding, right? There's going after dollars together, right? Is that a practice that you all, would that be a new practice for you all?
It would be a new practice, I think, you know, for the organization. I think what's interesting is, I think the mindset of the individuals that work here that's already a part of the discussion.
Okay.
So yes, it would be a new practice, but already in the works, already discussions with other organizations internally about how we can make that happen.
Okay, that's great, because I think when we start to kind of roll this all together, and we're thinking about, some of those additional pieces that we have to think through, that would be one where we highlight, to have a discussion at the staff level around capacity.
Yes.
Right? What will it take to make this happen? Because if you do find yourself like, oh, we're gonna be writing a bunch of grants, and, right? So we have to start thinking through, like, what does it look like for us to do this work and to be potentially supporting other organizations and trying to do this work? So I just wanted to make sure we ping that, because I think it's a great way to say, here's how we're gonna try and lessen the impact of this, but we need your help and your partnership in order to do it. But we want to keep everybody afloat, but that means there's gonna be some capacity adjustments that will happen at the actual trust. Yeah, okay, so I just wanted to highlight that. The other piece is, one of the things that you said, Ken, around the idea around focusing on, I think maybe said most successful, but maybe that's what I wrote down.
We can't fund 25 summer camps.
Right, you can't fund, like, not being able to fund.
We don't have enough resources to fund everything.
Right.
Or
Is
you
there?
can reduce the amount funded so that some will have to drop out because they can't operate under less support from the trust. And that's another way of looking at it.
It's an interesting, I don't,
This
that, to say, or we can reduce, then therefore some will drop out, seems a little, I don't like it.
That sounds like we can lower our standard in
Like
some
we're
ways.
intentionally trying to, you know, weed folks out. I
It's
think
based on
if we come, if
exploration.
we have a set number, then we have a set number. I think, you know, one of the comments I made in the discussion is if we say we're going to allocate this amount of money, we have to stick within it. Because if we start to pull money, where before we, you know, we had all these dollars or this pot over here that we could pull from, when we go into this plan, it is set. And if we pull money from goal 1 to support, because we want to do more under goal 2, I think that that's a weakness. You know, when we start to look at, you know, how we're going to stick within our plan, so.
I said that wrong. What I mean is that if you don't do that on like 20, if you do all 25, that's gonna be based off of the scoring system, how strong their proposal was. And it may be if one gets a lower amount of money, they drop one of their programs, you know, one of the things they were gonna do, field trips, you know, or something. So it's just that it wouldn't necessarily be, we're gonna buy what you offer. Although you may not do that now.
So I think one of the things we'll have to explore kind of on the back end is that question of, is this we will write the proposals come in and it's where we'll fund up to this amount, right?
Yes.
That's it,
Right.
right here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Versus,
Yeah.
you know,
And then it's up to them. As you apply, understanding that the trust is only going to fund this percentage of your program. I will then determine whether or not I want to apply and what other dollars I'm going to leverage in order to have my program.
So you're saying
So-
up to a certain amount per program versus up to a certain amount altogether.
Mhm.
It's another way to do
And
it.
then they know in advance.
They're doing it They're doing it. So you're not pulling the rug out from under them.
and I think that becomes, I think, one of the things about the trust and the councils, right, is that it's the blessing of having an organization that at times will fund the entire thing, right? But when you get into that rhythm, there's not as much emphasis on it versus what you see in other communities where like I have probably 15 grants in my queue right now that I'm working on. Because that's what it is. We don't have a trust, right? Like, that's what, like, you know, it's like, it's a constant run. And when you're in a community that has this kind of support for children's services, it is really one of the most incredible things we have in the country. And so that shift, it's another big message. Because if you're making a shift from, you funded your whole camp, right? Yeah. We did your, right, this allocation included pay raises, like, these are the types of things that are huge. And so if you're saying, you gotta go out and write some grants, you're gonna have to cover this percentage of your budget. Like that messaging and that shift and whatever support you wanna provide, right, or partnership you wanna help leverage to say, this is how we're gonna help you through this process is gonna be really important. So just noting that. Knowing that you funded this one so heavily currently, and we would be shifting, and there's some things that are kind of mixed in there. I think things will get moved around and slotted, so I think that will have some impact. But how do you all feel about the 35% allocation at this time, as based off of what the small group said about what they consider to be the opportunities, some of the threats, but also how there was, you know, an opportunity. So there's, yes, reduced funding is a huge risk, but there's also an opportunity to think about new funding strategies and partnerships, right? So there's the interplay there. How do you all feel about where we are right now with this goal?
Are you?
I'm not going into the room, but I'd love to hear from you all first, but.
Oh, wow, I think, no, I'm good. I came up with 35. And I'm looking at Christie because she's the.
My provider had theirs, yeah.
It's a hard pill, it's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I love how the group came to the conclusion of why we did what we did. And it is, and when you talked about this is the second, you know, priority to the first one, it is, you know, to support, you know, kind of the bigger one. It's a hard pill to follow, but it's you know, it's change, you know, and change is always.
I would say three things. One is the trust ad valorem is growing, so using a percentage in actual dollars, but it's not going to be felt as bad. That's point one. Point two, this is why I said I'm very uncomfortable with 30, because I knew we had to get here. And then point number three, the providers, in my opinion, that are doing great, amazing, awesome work. And have been, are going to be able to get additional funding
In other categories.
other categories. And they will serve as a model for other organizations that aren't doing great and amazing work. And I'm thinking about your organization, I'm thinking about Aces in Motion, I'm thinking about specific ones that are doing like the whole range of services that we as a trust think about and are thinking about it systemically. So I don't think it's gonna be as big of a, we're cutting funding. I would, because I'm gonna do better.
But I also think from the conversation, you've identified 3 opportunities, right?
Yeah.
And I think all 3 of us, that combination is really powerful. So like maybe there's an opportunity for shared funding exploration, maybe the very clear expectations around an RFP process, so folks go into it eyes wide open. To say, is this for me or is it not for me?
Yeah.
And then the other point you had just about the communication in general. And so I absolutely hear you saying, like, maybe the threat is being offset a bit. And I think in combination with some of those opportunities, if one can lift those up.
And I really think the effectiveness of us to be able to communicate that message rests with our ability to communicate that. What Pat said. Because if we start there, this is our flag in the ground, and here's what it is, who's gonna say, oh, I don't like that?
Those babies.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you for your conversation, for sharing that out with the group. I feel really good, I think. We don't know about where we are. Okay, safety.
well, but, so I said I'm good with 35, I didn't hear anyone else, is everyone else there?
I am too, because I think we're talking about percentages that are going to be applied over a number of years. We're not, this is like this next year, right? And it's gonna take time, like we said, to get right into. It's not like we're trying to.
I'm not talking about summer campuses, but we're not talking about summer campuses next month.
Right.
After
I guess that's a question to keep in mind too, like, is the steering committee gonna make a recommendation to the board for the recommendation is for the next 3 years to consider these, they'll be reevaluating for years, or is it evaluated on a yearly basis? Ideally not, I think that's chaotic, but I think that's, what is the recommendation from the board, from this steering committee gonna be to the board in terms of length of time?
Yeah, that was actually one of our questions from when we posted this thing out, so that's good for you to start thinking about. I'd like to list that, because that was one of our questions around.
I think the 3-year strat plan.
Because we have to give it enough time.
So, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
Which means we start the next strategic planning session.
Who's gonna chair next time?
Ken will be.
Ken wants board here.
Let's go to our last group, our safety group.
Okay, so we had a lot of discussion because we're talking about going in this category from our current funding of around 100,000 to 770,000. So it's a huge increase. But what we acknowledged is by implementing that increase, we are really acknowledging the fact that both the youth in our community and the adults in our community brought safety up as a key concern. So it's telling our community, we listened to you, we heard, and we're going to make it a robust funding category in the future. We talked about funding initiatives to help kids learn the social skills on how to handle anger, how to better deal with bullying in a more positive way. The mentoring, both peer mentors and adult mentors, to give kids someone positive in their lives, that if they don't have it in their own family structure, they have it somewhere. Because that's the kind of thing that gets a kid to go toward gangs and that sense of belonging and making bad choices and hanging with the crowd that makes them feel accepted, even though the behaviors are negative and the consequences of those behaviors are going to be negative. One of the weaknesses we discussed was we really don't have a really good grasp on what the need is overall, like in each school, what does each school need for their own anti-bullying campaign, or what are their specific needs to help their youth population? I brought up a school in a whole nother county that I work with that came up with this really unique program where they have a leadership academy among their students. That every new student that comes into the school, the first day of school, they are paired with one of the peer leaders who becomes their friend at the school. So you never go in by yourself. And you're introduced immediately to other kids so that isolation happens. And that's a hard thing to go to a school, but simple things like that don't cost a lot of money might be solutions that some of the schools will come up with. So, so we talked about both, with an increase in funding, we could fund more programs, but then also partner with law enforcement and DJJ on their initiatives that they're wanting to put in place for community violence prevention and again, convening meetings in the community, things like that we could support. So we were all about, give us more money, we could do more with more. We're complaining. But again, we haven't had a lot of people approach us for this pot of money. So, our question is what is the real need? And we would have to assess that to determine what we needed to be able to move forward with them.
I think that's a great challenge to highlight in this particular area, because what we are talking about is a significant investment change, right? And so across kind of both the convening, I mean, you're not going to throw like a massive conference, right? So it shouldn't take that much of the allocation to be kind of the convener around these discussions. So that means there's going to be a significant portion of dollars that are available to the community and to support work of other community partners in this area. So they should support each other, right? Those convenings are really going to inform you'll find out who's out there, right? Because they might not have been approached to trust because they didn't think that this was the right space for them, but they have been, right? They're constantly calling DYS, saying, can you help us get funding for this program? And I'm trying to do this for these kids in the neighborhood, right? And so that piece, I think, will help open that up, because what we did hear from the feedback from the community and from the listening session is repeated variations of different things around safety, right? Whether it's kids after school, not having safe places to go, how they safely get to or from, right, safe travel to and from school, right, the gap between when parents are home from work and when the kids are home, like all these different pieces, the violence in the home, right, so like there's all these things that people are bringing up, it's like we need help with this, and it is such a tough issue because sometimes we don't know exactly what that help looks like. So I think that's another one where the internal capacity is gonna be a piece of the discussion with the staff, because we're really gonna have to think about the time and consideration to like start looking into violence prevention work and understanding the full scope of what, so we have like some of it in the environmental scan, but we need like the layer below that of like who are like basically a mini scan of just like the community violence. Yes.
But I think we have partners right now. I had a meeting last week with Peaceful Cats. It was a great meeting, at least for me being new to the, being new to this and back in the community, and they have programs. They just need funding, right? They are already in the schools. They could go in the schools. 2 of our board members are part of the school system. So I think there's a lot that we can be doing in this space that we just haven't been doing in this space. And I don't think it's as heavy of a lift as it may have appeared, based on what I just finished hearing earlier this week. But I think it was this week, all my weeks run together.
Well, and that was one of the things that we talked about, that we were not really clear on who's doing what out there. That was kind of like a weakness. If we could see who's doing what, like you just mentioned. And I was thinking about CBS.
And there you go.
They're also doing different things, but we also talked about, Diana mentioned this too. When you think back about the listening project, what did we hear? We heard from elementary, middle, and high. So how can we make sure that we're maybe fund a group to make sure that if CDS is doing one thing, can we make sure, or how do we ensure that we're going across the county, that every area is being, touched, and across the board, elementary, middle, and high school.
CVS?
Yeah.
Family to have that stop program that they have.
And also the possibility of maybe, do we fund a navigator position? Is there a group out there? Because I know there's navigators in different, AHAC has a navigator with the smoking cessation program, but is there a group out there that maybe we could fund a navigator to ensure that what are the concerns that the schools may have, the gaps in the schools? We heard from parents saying there's a lot of bullying. We need to really address that. Okay, that's something that the schools may be addressing, but we know that the schools are limited too. So how can we help if there's an outside organization, that could probably help us with that? So that maybe funding,
Dr. Mark's meta programs.
Well, that's when I was having those meetings, that's exactly what I thought about. We could fund for them to go into the schools and our programs. One of the programs, and I'll shut up. One of the programs that Dr. Vici talked to me about is literally, it could be a 4-credit course that is put in all our high schools. And they just need the school system to, to buy into it. And it wouldn't take a lot of money for them to put that together. So I think it's here. It's just a matter of us, convening and pulling all of those people together to see what it is that's needed, and then which of our partners, we hope.
So we acknowledge the fact that, they're gonna see that we're now getting a bigger bucket. But I think discussions like that will support why there is need to have the bigger bucket.
And this one is a great place for that message around community responsiveness, right? We heard you, understand how important this is to you, and we want it to help, right? And so developing that message around to, right, because was like, well, why can't you put that money back where it was? Because we listened to the community, and the community said we need help with this, right? So like, there's a really strong opportunity in the overall messaging to really highlight that part of the reason why this was lifted up is because the community has told us time and time again that this is something that they're struggling with and they need help with. And even if that's both working with the other providers who are already invested in this, because we recognize that we're not the only people out there, but also that we can bring something to it as well. And so I think that's a really great opportunity to talk about why you're making this new higher investment in that area. So thank you to this group for kind of thinking about it in both of those cases. So that 10% sounds pretty good right now.
We're happy with the 10%.
Yes.
I have so much to say about this area. Surprised,
I
right?
knew that was coming.
Yeah, so everything you just said, I think is exactly right. There's a huge opportunity here that we've listened to our community. And we are now putting resources in a place that is right in line too with the direction that the trust is not going to supplant funding. It's going to supplement funding. I think that's a really, really important message. Right now, if you just watch the news, it is Commissioner Desmond Dr. Walker, District 1, east side of Gainesville. It's her primary thing. The mayor's getting involved. It's not just in the city of Gainesville. The outlying areas have a huge opportunity for us to reach. The biggest risk in this area, in my opinion, is that we exclude unintentionally and we don't have all the right people in the room. There's a significant amount of work at the county level, community support, ASO, the jail, GPD, the judge, juvenile justice. I mean, this is because it's risk, right? And there's so much funding and it's not coordinated, and I don't think we should take the responsibility of coordinating it all, but we can certainly be additive in what we are hearing from the youth perspective. I think Marcia hit it on the head when she said we have 2 school board members, because they too are looking at all of this. And so I think the big risk is that we fund a program and someone says, what the heck are you talking about? Like, I wasn't even brought into the conversation and I'm dealing with, X, Y, Z. So I am usually one that says, let's get the funding in. I want to be cautious here because I think if we do it wrong in the beginning, we risk so much in year 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I think it's an opportunity that we slowly we need to be sitting in the room listening to the mayor in District 1 at the Hilton in 2 weeks and taking notes, and then listening and see what's the school board talking about when they're talking about bullying and they're talking about gun violence and and the GPD. So I think I just want us to be cautious here because
Well, maybe the convening before the funding, making sure that.
yeah, like I'm not ready to fund the program here yet because I don't want to signal that this is what the trust thinks is the most important thing when it may not even be on the list.
I think
It may not even be on the list.
Well,
So you're
and
talking
and the
about-
other thing, just consider, too, is because that's how we looked at it. Going back to what the parents and the teenagers said, there is a big concern. We put out we invested a lot in the listening project. Now we're saying to them, we're about to say, we're rolling out some materials that we heard you loud and clear, and this is what we're gonna do. Well, and so again, we want to be able to share with them, we're going to put into place these, initiatives where there a little bit of funding, but we don't have to, like you just said, we can reach out to those individuals and make sure everybody's on the same page, but at the same time, they're looking to us. Well, the bullying is an issue at the school, might be a concern, but how can we, as the trust, ensure that we're listening to the parents and maybe collaborating and partnering, but also have a little bit of wiggle room where we can invest. I mean, there could be evidence-based programs that the schools may not be doing, or there might, that we can pull in to ensure that, again, I agree with what you're saying. There are other groups that are doing things or are going to, so we can watch that and monitor that. But at the same time, we're responding to the community. This is what they told us in the listening project.
I think that it is a both and not an therefore. And really what we're talking about is the sequencing of how you approach it. I think there's an opportunity, and you all were, we'll kind of get to that as in the implementation stage. But for something like this, where it is gonna be significantly larger and stepping into some newer spaces where it's not controversial, but sometimes some of the programs can be, right? Like there are lots of little landmines around some of the violence prevention work. So doing your homework is really, it's okay. It's important to spend the time. And what you can say to the community, maybe something that hasn't been done in that convening space is the parents in small groups with these decision makers at these large organizations who are deciding, oh, this is the bullying program that we're gonna implement. And then you actually bring the kids in and they're like, we don't pay that any attention. That's not right. It's like, those are the conversations that maybe are not happening, that you might have an opportunity to support, and that will help you get to that decision point of, these are the things that we're gonna fund. And so you
This is
can,
where the youth
Yeah.
should really
Right.
drive the discussion.
Right.
The youth,
And-
I mean, really.
so that's another place where it gets to one of the listening project recommendations around kind of
Together the.
yes, that feedback loop,
Yes.
right? How is the people who are asking for support, not the leaders, right? Because sometimes we focus in on the professionals. But how do we get to the people who we're trying to impact? So how do we bring them to the table, right? And understand how to build things that really are gonna meet their needs. And then, there's the interplay there, right? Like you can't, the things you'll get a lot, you get some days where teenagers are like, I don't know about that, right? But like there's that space of, at the same time, they also can just shock you with the level of thoughtfulness and nuance that they can bring, because it's their challenges that they're facing, right? They're the ones who have to deal with that bully. And so they can share with you what that feels like and what they think would be helpful to them. And it may look differently at different schools. So I think getting that full picture is gonna be important. And then say, maybe we wanna do something new, right? You might you have a little bit of money there to make some different decisions. You can do something innovative. You can do something that supports current programming. You can partner directly with schools. And so, and that is something, that idea, that framing is something you can carry across all the goals. Yeah. Right? Because the implementation of the plan is where you're going to get into all of these things. Like you have to take into consideration, right? All of the different areas of the county, right? And like that doesn't get written down in the plan per se, but when you're thinking about the call and making sure that you have geographical spread, that you're not missing rural communities, that all of the funding isn't pooled at Gainesville, like you've got all of those pieces are going to be things in considerations that are going to come into the actual implementation of the plan. So you can feel like with and this is where kind of like trust in the staff, right? Is that they understand these important pieces and that they can pull those together to create the work plan that activates the strategic plan.
I'm struck at how this whole conversation, we're referring to the Children's Trust now for this part as the trust. And it's really kind of important that if we're gonna put youth at the center of this initiative, we need to be branding to them the trust, not the Children's Trust, because the Children's Trust is for the kids. This is like serious stuff now. And so so even as we think about the words we use with our community and the listening project, for me, this hits right on what Pat said in the beginning. This is a whole, everything is new here. The funding's new, the thoughts are new, the ideas are new, for conveners, the trust for this.
That's good.
That's a good point.
That's good.
Well, there's something you said too about like the convening of it, that is just so striking me as being really important.
And it ties into the first thing, the flagging the thing, 0 to 8.
Well, and specifically in this one, because imagine, but there's so many landmines, we've seen so many examples of this going wrong. Where like you do something that has more harm on children.
Right.
Right, like, oh, we're gonna do this violence, we're gonna bring police officers, more police officers into every single school. And then it's like, right?
But that's
We
a
have
perfect
seen
example of that.
so many examples, but on the other side, we've seen a lot of examples, and those who are most impacted are center. So there's one community that, they were looking at teen pregnancy and it was a bunch of adults sitting in the room and the colleagues them said, let's talk to teenagers.
That'll bring it.
And that's what we have teenagers at one high school said, you know what, talk to the athletes, you talk to the athletes, teen pregnancy goes down. All the adults said, what? Right. They started talking to coaches and they started talking to the coaches at the school. Guess what happened 3 years later? They started looking for teen pregnancy rates. And it was like that, and it was a loose core.
Drafted with a 3-year-old, and you'll be drafted by yourself.
People different,
Yeah.
that I don't know if adults would have arrived at that solution of, go talk to the athletes in this. Go talk to the coaches, whatever you need to roll out has to be connected to, led by and owned by coaches.
So may I say something?
Yes.
Part of the conversation I had with Dr. Beachy at Peaceful Cats was about a program they call MVP, Mentors in Violence Prevention. And they talked about a large part of the way that you decrease teenage violence is through athletes. And if you can get the coaches to bring in these programs, then it will cut down on the violence that the teens are experiencing. And she said that unfortunately for us in our community, our coaches are not willing to bring in the program. So I find it interesting that you make that comment because it seems like there are some connections there between athletes, and some of these issues.
Well, in terms of the listening project, that is one of the places in Facebook that got uplifted, was there were communities that were saying, hey, we need more sports.
Yeah.
And we need these things, so that is certainly one of those opportunities that hits along.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Well, and we could have more sports with these other components, but
Because that could be built in.
right, if we fund it, it will also be there.
You're speaking more about more explicit in the character development to directly integrate in the sport. It's no longer kind of like an act. Wow, it's happening on the ground.
And that could be a new, innovative, we're trying this out,
Right,
and yeah.
It's all in the messaging, you know?
right.
There's so much, I mean, communications is going to be massive, it's gonna be a massive component of after the plan is done, now what do we need? And the things that Nikki and I kind of outlined for the staff, but I'm not laughing because it's funny, I'm laughing because it's like, well, who left stuff? But, you know, but it is just to say, like, here are all the things that you want to be prepared for and be able to talk about. And so with that, if we feel really good about where we are with the numbers, the allocation percentages, and we kind of talked through the opportunities or why we made the decision feels good. I think this is really a good time to just take a moment and talk a little bit about last week's RFP. And Marcia kind of, oh yeah.
One quick question, I know we need to reserve some time for public comment, how much time do we need for that?
Say that again,
So how much time?
How much time do we need for public comment?
Do we have public comment with all this? Okay.
Sharon, go ahead, share it. Tina, do you have any comments you wanna share with us right now?
So I went to, Marcia kind of teed this up a little bit about the RFP, right, the changes that were suggested. And then when it was time to approve, the public comments kind of dissuaded the board and the board stepped back. It's like, never mind, right? We can't have that with this. I mean, we could, but that would not be good. So we're gonna say we can't have that with this plan, but that means we have to do the work to ensure that we're ready on all fronts. And so I would love to just kind of hear from you all, one, what do you think from kind of, I mean, there are partners here, if you feel comfortable speaking freely, but just kind of, what do you think were like the tipping points? And how could we have been better prepared to mitigate the kind of pushback in order to be successful in bringing forward the new RFPs?
We don't think there's gonna be, if there's tension, we always want this how there can be when, right? We help change, and we know we'll change often in those.
And so since you have an active moment that, right, it's really fresh, we would love to kind of unpack that a little bit and then talk about how we can use that moment to learn, prepare for when we get ready to present the new strategic plan.
Well, and is everybody okay with the percentages? Because I would hate first this part be brought up at the meeting. Well, I'm not, I want to change this or so can we, so does everybody here
Yes.
feel okay with that?
I,
Because I think the dollar might not be an issue.
Yes,
Well, the only thing I want to say about that is under the community capacity building, when you, the words that you were using about taking down amount of money that the trust is giving the programs and will help you find ways to, that's where that comes in. And that's actually a lot of work, will help you. You know, that's grant writing. That's management, that's training, I mean, that's a lot. So I'm not saying that percentage should change. I'm just saying that to do that.
And I think it may be, but it may not be. It might be that we are partnering with, you know, the nonprofit center. It may be that we are looking at some of the partners in our community
I agree.
to, you know, to support those folks in those endeavors. So,
I guess.
but I
It's
get what
it's
you're
a grant writing one. It's gonna be the real problem because none of the places in town,
have grant writers.
well, have been able to maintain a pool like that. It's been something that's been in demand in the nonprofit sector for a long
Yes, it is. So development people are like, I know of like 8 organizations all trying to hire development directors and like the salaries range from like here to there. So like people have their pick, right? The salaries they demand are substantial. And they can go with the bigger organizations because they have more money to pay, and then you have lots of small organizations who can never get a development person and then get them to stay, because also the turnover in that role, it is really stressful. But and there's someone always like, hey, you want to come here? Because if they're good and everybody's trying to coach them, the turnover in that job is like maybe 24 months and you're looking again. We've started to talk about in Cincinnati about job sharing some development folks, because it's like, I can't pay mine 6 figures. And so what if we say, I get 0.5, you get 0.5, we put our money together. Somebody gets to get experience in 2 different, and we partner with an organization that is not competing for the same grants. Yeah. Right. So maybe I work with my colleague who has an arts organization, and the 2 of us are gonna post our development work together, because otherwise, because my post is out there for months, I don't have anybody. Right, and their posts have been out there for months and they still don't have anybody. So like what are those opportunities, right? And having those conversations in community, maybe, and it might not even be that you need one, you have to put the money out. It may be letting them see ways that they can work together to support each other, because we gotta be creative. That's what, you know, there's some donor fatigue issues going on in the nonprofit sector. A lot of nonprofits nationally are looking at like 20% decreases. I mean, there is just, and you juxtapose that with the inflation that folks are dealing with, and it is just, we've got to be creative. We've got to be thinking about how we can continue to meet our missions with the pools of dollars that are available to us, right? And then how can we get more? So, and with that hat on, but like that, I think for you as someone who has resources, just know that the answer from you all doesn't always have to be the check, right? So sometimes it's the space, sometimes it's the support, right? And so all of those things are things that you can bring to the community. So thanks for kind of teeing that up. And then I just want to, I think it was a good point. This is the last time, because this is exactly 12:30 and we don't have that much time left. So any big concerns, issues with these percentages? I'm gonna We'll know. All right, okay.
If I could just give some feedback on the
Yes.
RFP process in that, I know this recent one, it was conflict between the board and providers. In the past, it's been providers and staff versus the board, and that Christy came to us years ago and she goes, so these are the expectations. And she took all of our feedback as providers, brought it back to the board, and the board said that's not good enough. And so I think once the system is in place, and that's why I say that Christy and Mark are gonna be open to feedback from providers. But once there's a system in place with getting feedback from providers, that we are advocating for the team in front of the board. Saying that our voices are heard, what Christy's presenting to you all as an RFP is something that has taken our voices into account. So ideally, we are supporting the team as we come before the board, and that personal interests or disagreements are taken a little bit, like, it doesn't change the momentum because we're on the same page. And it doesn't necessarily benefit me as a provider, like me and my organization, but that when we bring the community together, have conversations, that it is the community is agreeing with where the trust
I
is.
think that's really important.
Really important.
Really important.
Yeah, I mean, like everything, I have a lot to say about this one too, but I wanted to hear from my board members before I spoke up.
Because I would have from the beginning said, great idea, too fast, like, but their process was just so fast, there was no way that, I shouldn't say there was no way, it was highly unlikely to get people in the room to get feedback on this specific RFP, but in the past, we have been able to do that. And I don't want there to be contention between us and the team here, nor the board. And so the more the communication happens, and there will be kickback because it is less funding. But that's where I wish that Bishop Stokes were here, because I feel like I'm in this island by myself, and that I will do my best to educate and answer questions about this process, so that my colleagues that are actually serving children understand it as well.
Thank you. That's really, it's really important. And we have to think about if we have time requirements we have to meet, but we also have to think about not letting that put us in a position where we can be successful, right? And so making sure that we build in time that folks understand, like, it's not a gotcha, right? That like there's purpose, there's thought, tons of time, right? And multiple voices, right? This wasn't just, you know, Mark and sit down and say, I'm gonna do that 50, 35 minutes, right? Like there's been, but folks need to understand that, because if all they get is the result, then they're just like, well, you didn't care about our work as much anymore, right? And it's like, we have to mitigate that. So I think that piece around having the time to have those conversations and get solicit that feedback, but also ensuring that there's some type of like united kind of front, so to speak, will be really important.
I think the fact that this is also a 3-year plan, like we're looking at this being a 3-year plan to get us going in a direction. One of the things we've heard over and over at board meetings, they felt like we were kind of haphazard making rules and going, you know, and that feels very chaotic. To us as a board, also as for providers. So we're really trying to look more strategically on, these are our goals. This is where we want to head. Will this all be 100% perfect? Maybe not, but we've got to try something in a structured environment, and let's try this and give us a chance for 3 years to see how this works. We are all open to the fact that if it doesn't work, we're going to come back to the table and we're going to work on it again and make sure it's working for our community, but it's a starting place.
Well, I know that was something else that was directly listed in the listing thing, the idea of like these ongoing feedback, so that was thinking community, but then, you know, residents, but you're also saying like it's within the entire system, in of itself, right?
It is, that's.
Someone else, I think, mentioned a few sessions back about like, oh, this is CQI, and I was like, yeah, the first plan you check out. Right? Absolutely, it's getting into a cycle where you will reevaluate and then adjust accordingly, and so to not lose, I think it's a little bit of dual messaging of like, this is what we're doing, right? And so that's kind of like, you know, united front. And as we learn, we will adjust, right? And so it's not that if it is not working, we're gonna continue doing it because we're just stubborn, right? I don't think that's what everyone's saying, but I know sometimes those two messages can get conflated to say like, oh, well, if we just keep complaining, then they're gonna change. And that's why we think that messaging is going to be so important. Not only, so for this group, is starting to cultivate the messaging, and that's why we wanted to go through the strength. But then how that gets then distilled down to staff, how the entire board understands it. You become champions and advocates of the plan until you see otherwise, right? Until you see your plan is not serving you. And then you become advocates of the feedback cycle that should inform the next plan. So we will absolutely put some language in there about that ongoing.
And I think the other CQI language, continuous quality improvement language, that's important, goes back to, I think what Candace said at the beginning, that we want to make sure we're messaging, and you said it much more eloquently than I did a number of hours ago. We're using data, experiences, values, and wisdom.
That's right.
Right.
I think that's spot on, and that is what's needed. It's lovely, actually, because you want to come out of this, not only when we're approving the plan, but then believing in the plan, right? That they trust the wisdom of the group, right? And they understand why you made it to the place that you did. And I think that part of what you developed for, I think it's the 6-month extension, I think really supports that process. It's not just like a stopgap so that you can like flip the script at 6 months. It's really a saying like, this is a process and an opportunity for communication, right? This is an opportunity for us to support our client partners. This is an opportunity for them to understand and prepare for change. And that is something that is going to be continuous throughout this process because things will look a little bit differently. We're going to stay in communication, right? We're going to stay in relationship with our partners, with our staff, with our board. So I think that is really important, and make sure that language is, there are things that are going to be in the plan that are like very stated hard objectives. And then there's some things that are going to be around, it's like almost like a supplemental, right? Like I'm like, in order for this to work, here's some key factors and things that will need to be a part of the work plan, because that piece, that work plan piece really lies within the staff, right? Because one thing, and this is what I told my board, you're brilliant, but you don't do the job, right? Like it's great minds, but I'm gonna need job because, so the plan I had, they had developed like, they had done everything, they had done the entire work plan. And when I came in, the staff was like, oh, that's not really a part of the program. I don't know where that goal came from. And I was like, whoa, like there's that disconnect is what happens when the staff isn't the ones developing the work plan around implementation. And so it's like the staff has to be able to look at the strategic plan and look at how that aligns with their work and then build out the work plan for how it's implemented. Bringing it back to the board to say like, this is where we're at, perfect. But the folks who actually do the job, as long as they're staying on strategy and goals, they need to be the ones who kind of lead that piece of the work. And we want to put the staff in a place where they can be successful, because if they're successful, then things will roll out to the community well. And so that's the kind of, that's that cycle that we have to get into. For, you know, anticipating, we talked about some of the risks and the challenges, but just really anticipating the board. Are there any big questions, any kind of things that you all want to make sure that as we're, especially because you're meeting with staff next week, but like things that you all, just someone listening, like do not forget, make sure you are prepared to answer these questions, because we're going to start to talk through some of those things. So as we get ready to present, that we have basically prepared ourselves to answer the hard questions.
So are there any hard questions that have remained unanswered?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just have one other thought from as a board member, that I say wisdom. I want to always remind myself, and I hope we can remind each other as a board, that when we're talking about maybe our wisdom that we have today might not be the wisdom that we have tomorrow because of our lived experiences.
Yep.
Both individually as well as collectively. But there is a lot more wisdom, I feel like, because I'm not doing the job in the staff and in the program and in our partners. So I think if we can keep reminding ourselves about that as a board, right? from my perspective, I think that's really, really, really important and keep centering kids and families and continuity at the middle.
I was reflecting on that as Vashti was talking too, because Vashti, you said, I told my board. And so for me, being an advocate for Marcia and Christy is, can they, in these meetings, tell the board you're wrong?
I think
Say that
we
again, I
should.
missed it.
Can they, in a board meeting, tell the board that you're wrong?
I would hope they would.
Okay.
Absolutely, like, don't ever let us go down a bad rabbit hole,
Okay.
you know, that absolutely is.
Speaking there, yeah, I mean, you're hearing from the three of us.
Right.
I would definitely want to hear.
I think so. I mean, I'm still, yeah, I guess the honeymoon's over, right? But I'm still here. I just got here, but I feel comfortable that we can do that. I feel like, because I'm still new and going through processes, there are things that I don't say because I'm not 100% sure. Which is why I kind of started the weekly updates, because I'm sharing with them my thoughts and my feelings. And I hope they can see what I'm learning, you know, from October to now, my growth in understanding processes. So, you know, Christy, I don't know about Christy's feeling on this because she's been here longer, but I feel like the board would allow it. Now, will it change minds and direction? That piece I don't know, but I feel like we should be able to do that.
Because I just, with the recent event, I feel like, with the RFP, that for y'all to have been able to say it's too fast, you know, like would have been received is, and it doesn't have to be answered, but that would be a question, would have been received. If you all
you
saying
mean
this
in-
is too fast.
In, what you call
With the after school RFP, and again, it doesn't have to be answered, right, here it is. Yeah, but.
I think the point that you're raising is around, like, as I think about the plan specifically there's not two advocates of the plan, right? Like, this is an entire collective of advocates for the plan, and so how will that get distributed, right? Like, so how will that responsibility be distributed amongst those who are on the board? How will it be distributed for those who are going to be participating as partner agencies who are listening and recognizing that this is a collective plan representative of, with no one person holding the full responsibility? And yes, we can talk about strategies for how to say, and sometimes you're wrong. We've seen a lot of people do it faster.
So I'm gonna put Christy on the spot here because we've had some internal discussions. Christy, specifically, I'm thinking about when we talk about an RFP and you sharing with me that is a process, and that often the perception is that the board is unaware of the process. And when we're being asked to do something, that staff can't turn on a dime and make it happen, that there has to be research. And just me being here for the after school one that we put out, watching, you know, really, I was out doing what I do. You and the team, I was watching the number of meetings. And, you know, you sending me stuff saying, okay, we're gonna change this. How do you feel about that? We're gonna do this. Okay, we have a meeting with this person. I mean, a lot went into that in 3 weeks, right? And it's at the end, I went back to you saying to me, there's process, it takes time. You can't put out, you know, 4 or 5 of these at one time because there are only so many of us and we have to do the research. So I just said a lot, but you're the expert.
I mean, you're absolutely right. When we talk about identifying a strategy to fund what our funding priorities are, and really taking, we don't want to just put something out there that doesn't represent what the board wants, what we feel makes sense, and what the community can actually implement. And so there is a process. Bonnie introduced implementation science to the board for a reason, because there are steps and there's research and there's conversation. And then even when we have a contract, we need multi-year contracts to really take a look at what's working, can we tweak it, and then therefore we can't make that decision in 12 months. So all of those things play a role in what we do. And, thank you for letting me know I can tell the board that they're.
You have a look. You do have a look. It's a face.
Is it a face?
It's a face she likes sometimes.
And so, and it's funny, I just said to Neil the other day, think about how I approach these things, differently and of course in a professional manner, but there are a lot of steps into getting things out. And I think I made a comment at the last board meeting. You saying to me right at this moment, in 3 days, I need to make sure this RFP has this, and this, when we've already done 4 weeks of research on how to do something else. It is, I think about the quality of what we're doing is the biggest concern. If I need to put something out in 3 days or even 2 weeks, because there are partners and there are other funders and there are different collaborations where we can make something stronger, so.
And ideally, this process is gonna lighten that load also.
I hope so, and I think, so. Just, I know we've at our last 5 minutes, so I wanna just do kind of a wrap up and give you all the understanding of where we're going next. Thank you immensely for your time and your engagement today. We got done everything we needed to, which is awesome.
It feel like 4 hours.
I wanna highlight the science of implementation as a, like, it's a grounding framework for how you approach your work. Make sure you're bringing it up, right?
Yeah.
Make sure, because the more you present it to the board, the more they will start to understand, oh, actually, we can't tell them to change this in less than a week, right? But they have to see it because they don't understand it, right? Like, it's like you see it the first time. I mean, even when I was like, oh, okay, that's cool, we'll use it. Let me know where it fits into my job, right? So it's like, it took time for me to like really understand it in a meaningful way, but also helps ground you into all the other people who have parts to play. So they're big and they're time consuming and it is really hard to change one like that. And so I commend you all for getting it out. But really want us to be prepared for how do we ground this discussion in a way that they understand kind of how we got here, where we're going, and why they should be in alignment with us. I think the other piece will be because people always know. And so be prepared for who's gonna be in the room, right? Who do you need in the room? Make sure it's okay to reach out. If you need folks in the room, make sure that they're there. Make sure that there's a balance of comments and communication, right? I think, you know, what Nikki and I said that we're talking about, I'm like, community feedback is really important. And just because we're working with you all right now doesn't mean you don't ever want to see the community have an impact with their words, because they're the ones on ground doing the work. It's really important that we listen to them. So we're not saying we don't want to drown them out, but you also want to make sure if there's something that you strongly believe in from an organizational perspective, especially when you're talking about something as large as your ongoing strategy, you're going to have to bring folks along. And so our next steps will be, you got a lot to pull together, but we're gonna be meeting with the staff next week. That's when we're gonna get into kind of like those hard details. Right, the measures, what, you know, we're gonna talk a little bit about some like supporting narratives, how the environmental scan and listening project should be presented as material, like, so we're gonna start talking about all that. Talking about some of the high bullet points for what we think the communication needs will be ongoing, right? So those will be kind of our next steps as we get to this part of finalization. You know, when I think back to where we were at maybe our last input meeting, and it's incredibly commendable that we are where we are right now, right? I think we've made just really substantial decision making in these last couple of sessions. Because I want to thank you all for just being so invested and engaged and thoughtful and just kind of going through these processes with us. And really, I think these are.
Only other question that we have is we understand your next board meeting is June 6th, and we understand that's a budget meeting.
It's not just the 12.
No, there's 12.
I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's true. Wait, no, I mean.
But then I was like, it's not possible.
So we know the next board meeting is June 12th, and that's a budget meeting. What are your thoughts about where this, is this going to be a workshop that happens prior to, is this going to happen at a different meeting? We just want to know kind of what our turnaround time is, given that we're meeting with staff next week. And that was the initial date, we were told June 12th, but we now know there's budget.
Okay, I'll just say, I'm scared if we conflate budget.
I know, that's what we
said. I don't know how y'all feel, but it's like, I feel like, I am not the board chair, I'm one member.
Our board chair.
And I wasn't at the Monday last meeting where everything happened, but I just feel like the message will be, it'll be complete confusion and misinformation. I don't know if you agree with me.
Yeah.
To conflate a budget discussion about, this is not gonna apply to what we're gonna do.
No, it's right, there's some.
Right, it'll,
It will cause more confusion than it works.
What do you mean? Well,
budget-
when
the
we
budget-
set out the timeline for the strategic plan, the goal was that we would at least complete enough of it to give direction on the upcoming budget.
But the budget I thought what we just said earlier was the budget that we were gonna discuss was for this coming year, and we've already made commitments.
Well, we made some commitments.
we made some.
We made some commitments, but not all. And I think we have to incorporate what we talked about into we're adopting the budget in September.
Right.
Then as long as we keep it really clear about what the timelines are for this, right? And this is 3 years and we're talking about this strategically versus conflating the discussion about. I understand the need to talk about the budget, but I'm worried that this whole strategic plan piece is gonna derail it, but I could be wrong, so. Unless it's presented in a way that we do the budget first and then a strategic.
Will you
plan.
be at a place where we can present the draft at least? I mean, we did a big thing today. We put a
Yeah.
blue flag or a flag, I don't know.
Blue flag.
Yeah.
Well, it's a blue county, so a blue flag in the ground with the number one. I mean, this is a
Yeah.
big thing.
Yeah.
I think we need to talk about that at our next meeting and we need to get everyone on board with that because that drives everything.
So do that more so than.
The budget, I
You
would.
have to do the budget.
Yeah.
They both have very
Okay.
strict
Yeah.
timelines,
Yeah.
so they both.
Yeah.
Remind me, I'm speaking for you.
Well, you've been through this before, I'm going.
So
Well,
they
then why
want
would
to be presented to
Well,
stay on the timeline for
but-
all of them.
If you all feel those board members that we should share this, the draft of a plan,
So I'll
and
tell you,
then go into the budget.
the county gets its budget from its manager on June 1st. And then the county commissioners screw it up in July. That's what happens. It's literally what happens. But the county commissioners, they adopt it. I do that the same way here. That the budget you present in June is not necessarily the final budget.
Right.
It's the information we have.
Right,
Here's our preliminary budget.
right,
And
that's how we're working it.
perfect. So
Okay, then that's fine.
So are you
Well,
gonna do the
I
budget
defer
before
to
you
you.
present this, or is it gonna be this and then?
I just am worried about people that have been part of our conversation.
Then
Well-
what comes into play is how it is presented and how they relate to each other. So that just means there's some internal planning on making sure we're very clear about what this is, what it says, how it guides what we've done, because they have to work together. Because we've done half of some funding and how it impacts the implementation of the strategic plan and the prior, sure, exactly. And then what it looks like the next year, because then we won't have 6 months of funding for this and that. So I think that we have to work together with both of them.
yeah, I don't think there's any expectation from our board, at least not from me as a board member, that we're gonna fund next year's budget 50, 35.
Right.
Because we've already talked about and given direction that there's a.
That's all I'm saying. Let's
Yeah, yeah.
say that. Say.
Oh,
So this is what we're eventually going to phase in.
Corrections, I would call it a NIGA's correction.
So then, tell us from a sequencing of that day, we just want to make sure we get like flights in and all of our kind of. So we know your board meeting on the 12th. What time is that? 4 p.m.
Or do we have it earlier? Do we need to have it
Is
earlier?
this a workshop prior to?
didn't know if we were on the
How are you?
It's on one.
Is it
It's
on
all
the agenda?
Is it all one agenda? It's all, everything starts at 4 o'clock and there are different agenda items? For the
for
12th.
for the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's on board today.
So what's on the agenda for that today? Just the budget?
It was gonna just be budget, but
No, but we also have the audit to present.
Budget, audit, and strategic.
And the strategic plan.
Yeah. It makes me think of one.
so. Could we not have a workshop from 1 to 3? That is strategic plan. And then have budget audit from 4 to 6 during the meeting.
Yeah,
Maybe that's the way we need to.
I would start with this.
And do this from 1 to 3.
And you'll confirm that. for us.
Yes.
Perfect, perfect. But that's what we wanted to make sure, because we knew.
And I'll run that by our chair. And then,
I know. But that, because that was not, when you heard it was a 2-hour board meeting, but then it was a budget conversation, from a timing standpoint, that's here. Okay.
Yeah, so to be good, have your audit.
however, I do want, so after staff meets with you, we can then take our notes and get them back to this body,
Absolutely.
so that this body sees where we're going, so that you're aware of.
And you have 4 board members here. I mean, Lee's not here, but you have 4 board members that are on board.
Right.
And the chair has been kind of, so we're really talking about the other four members. Bringing them up to speed.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so on that note, we turn it back over.
So do we have any final public comment? I know that's on the agenda to allow.
Not good.
Okay. Well, then do I have an emotion to adjourn because it is 1:05?
I need to say one thing
Okay.
before we go. So there's a big discussion going on at the board level about fund balance. And one-time costs. I think from the standpoint that you all and staff can be thinking about these priorities and how that money can be deployed over the next 3 to 4 years. We really haven't gotten into that because we've been waiting. But just to add another thing to staff's agenda, that will need to be part of the final budget discussion of how are we gonna unwind or spend out fund balance, which I think is a big opportunity, because if we look at that, I don't know that number. I think it's 4 million. Is it 4 million, 5 million?
4 million sounds right.
Yeah.
But the other question is that Maggie had brought up is, would you want to zero-based budget? So there is no leftover money.
No, I think by statute, we have to have some level of fund balance, but I think also. The board has historically said we want to use it over the next 3 to 4 years. We want to, how do we want to spend out all our fund balance, especially with what we may be doing with the building, so. I would just say if there's some guiding principles about how to think about fund balance, you ask, is there anything else? That would be the only other thing.
Okay, and like we said, we've seen people do some of like that incubation, we've seen it done used for like universal messaging. So it was a pretty easy. Yeah.
Said about 4
4
million.
million.
Big number.
It is, I'm like, oh,
But we can get you.
We'll talk-
We can
we'll
get
talk
you
about
the number.
We'll include that into that conversation. Anything else that is a great, that's a great consideration. Well,
Thank you very much.
This was great. Great.
thanks everyone.
Yeah, I don't get it. We'll get it. I'm sorry. I need a motion. Actually, I need a motion. Return in a second. Second. All in favor, aye. No. It has. It's. Yeah.